Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Na tujenge taifa letu. Tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. We'd like to have a word of prayer from Jacqueline Omolo from the Kenya Bureau of Standards as we remain upstanding. Karibu Jackie.
Let's have a word of prayer. Father, we thank you and we honor you and we exalt your name for this day. This is a special day that you have given unto us. We thank you for this gift. Father, I want to thank you for the guests present, all the stakeholders, all participants, CAP staff. Father, we thank you for giving them a chance to see this day and to see this wonderful day, World Metrology Day, where we are going to discuss more on how metrology aids in policy making. We thank you and we honor you. I pray for all the scientists present. I pray, God of glory, that you continue to enable all the scientists to have more to put into this nation and to this particular subject of metrology as we put measurements forward before everything in this particular celebration. Father, we thank you and we honor you. I pray from now to the end that you be with us, guide each and every one of us. May your name be glorified and be honored. In Jesus' name I pray.
Thank you, Jackie. You may have your seats. Thank you, choir. Asanteni sana. We will call you back for a round of entertainment. So today is World Metrology Day, and the theme is Building Trust in Policy Making. I know for the past few days, there's been some people have not been able to come to work, but today is a celebration. So at this point, please, angalia jirani yako, mwambie Happy Metrology Day. Happy, like you mean it, Happy Metrology Day. Metrology runs the world, I tell you. And we will tell you where these three words will lead you in the course of the meeting today. So, ambia tena jirani yako, pima sawa. Thank you. I like this table. You say like you mean it. Pima sawa. Mesha sawa. Sawa sawa. These VIP tables, surely. From table white at the back, please. Pima sawa. Mesha sawa. Sawa sawa. So, in the spirit of movies, shikilia hiyo content, we will tell you where it will be relevant. So welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you had your cup of tea and some bitings. I see you all. Let's celebrate World Metrology Day 2026. Representing the Principal Secretary, State Department for Industry, our chief guest for the day, Professor Erastus Gatebe, the Industrialization Secretary in Kenya's State Department for Industry. And for those who don't know, it's under the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. Professor, having taught environmental and analytical chemistry at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, he understands metrology very well. The chairman of the National Standards Council, Honorable Dr. Chris Wamalwa, CBS. Honorable Dr. Chris Wamalwa leads the National Standards Council, driving policy that ensures Kenya's standards are globally competitive and locally in ensuring that there's trust in policy making. The Managing Director, Kenya Bureau of Standards, Madam Esther Ngari, EBS, who is also a champion in quality and inclusivity. Karibu sana. Ambassador Hilary Kiplagat Kibiwot. He's a Kenyan environmentalist and a youth climate champion from Elgeyo Marakwet County. He's the co-founder of Green Earth Ambassadors Foundation. And for those who do not know or who are not on TikTok, Facebook, X, a few weeks ago, he's the ambassador for Kenya's 15 billion, and I didn't get that wrong, 15 billion trees campaign. Yes, and from that 15 billion, he did over 24,000 trees in a day. And I know he understands metrology, because without metrology, you cannot break records. Makofi tafadhali. Our senior management at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, members of the EXCO and senior management, we see you, we acknowledge the work that you do in ensuring that there's building trust in policy making. Colleagues, members of the Fourth Estate present, good morning. Surely, it's a celebration. Good morning. Asante. Table 5. Naona, thank you very much. Good morning. I like the smiles that you're giving today. So welcome to World Metrology Day 2026, where we celebrate the science that quietly powers our economy, protects our health, and builds trust in every decision making. That's metrology for you. Again, did you know that our Kenya Bureau of Standards metrology laboratories are internationally accredited, and under our calibration capabilities are recognized globally? In fact, we say, once measured here, international, I see Oteko nodding and agreeing to that, yes. Once tested here, globally accepted. So in Africa, not only Kenya, metrology is the backbone of fair trade, safety, and innovation. So when decisions are measured right, trust follows. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Mercy Kandie, Manager Corporate Communications at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, and I'll be your MC for today. So let's set the tone for the day in progress, precision, and partnership. At this point, without further ado, I'd like to welcome Evelyn Agutu, who's also a leader in metrology at KEBS, dedicated to advancing measurement solutions for Kenya's industry. Her work ensures that calibration is not just a technical task, but a tool for national development. Makofi tafadhali for Evelyn Agutu as she joins us. Makofi, makofi. It's a celebration today. Karibu.
Thank you, Marcy. Yesterday, in a moment of techno glitch, we had a meeting, and Marcy also had a meeting explaining away what metrology is, and we listened for a whole 10 minutes. Well explained. We were happy. Accuracy, traceability, reliability, and comparability. That summarizes metrology. And today we celebrate, it's the 28th celebration of the 151 years of the signing of the Meter Convention. Our theme, as put there, is building trust in policy making. You may ask yourself, why metrology? And you've just been told it permeates every aspect of our life, in global trade, in health, safety, and our everyday life. In your movement, the GPS, in health. Unfortunately, if there's someone here who has blood sugar issues, I'm sure you tested in the morning, and the blood sugar test is also calibrated by us. It gives you the exact measurement of your sugars and informs how much of your dosage of insulin you should take. In the hospitals, in MRIs and the scanners, We ensure they're calibrated so that they give clearer and focused images to inform the doctors to give you proper treatment. In global trade, it ensures products are manufactured and accepted seamlessly everywhere because the same dimensions are used world over. Ladies and gentlemen, metrology enables decisions that enables decisions to be made with assurance. Decisions we can believe in and decisions we can compare. Reliable measurements are the evidence policymakers rely on in addressing issues like public health and safety, managing energy systems like your electricity meters, and monitoring the environment and supporting trade and commerce. Today, we welcome you to celebrate with us and to be our ambassadors to disseminate the knowledge about metrology, the science of measurements. Thank you very much. Enjoy the day.
Thank you, Chief Manager, Metrology, Acting Chief Manager, Metrology. At this point, our chief guest, you know, when people think about metrology, they think it's something else about the weather, Ngwata Francis. I'll not mention my age, but yes. So at this point, with your permission, allow us to check something. We did a small Q&A. We call it Vox Pop. Raya kwa barabara kwa uliza, what is metrology really? Ahead of World Metrology, what is metrology?
Metrology.
Get ready, get ready, get ready.
Metrology or metrology.
I don't like where this is going.
Ya weather.
Please start the
Metrology
clip.
as per weather. Metrology.
Get ready, get ready, get ready.
Metrology or metrology.
I don't like where this is going.
Ya weather. Metrology as per weather. Ya weather.
Hapana, hiyo ya weather ndio nyingine yenye Cape Spain inafanya.
Yes, true.
Metrology. According to my understanding, is all about weather. Well, I just know about metrology.
Nitaambia nini watu?
Metrology. About department of nature.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Like climate.
Wow.
And so on. That's the department which deals with weather.
Haki ya Mungu ni mambo gani?
Metrology. I think it's something dealing with weather.
Yes, days like today is part of the initiatives that we take as Kenya Bureau of Standards to ensure that people understands what metrology is. In fact, the other meteorology has a complicated pronunciation, but metrology is the science of measurements. But I'm not expert to explain this. At this point, the next speaker will give it the details and will give you what you need to understand and know about metrology. So our next speaker champions quality infrastructure across Africa. He's the Director, Metrology and Testing at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. He's also President of AfriMets, that's the Inter-Africa Metrology Organization. Yes, makofi kwake tafadhali. Connecting Kenya's measurements to international systems of units SI. His expertise in calibration and testing is shaping Africa's future. Makofi to Director tafadhali.
Thank you very much, Mercy, for using measurements of time very well. Good. All protocols observed. The Principal Secretary, Department of Industry, represented by Professor Gatebe, who is the Industrialization Secretary. The Chairman of the National Standards Council, Honorable Dr. Chris Wamalwa, EPS. The National Standards Council members present, the Managing Director of Kenya Bureau of Standards, Madam Estangari, EBS, the representative of the Director of Weights and Measures, the Acting Secretary General of NATCOM for UNESCO, represented by Dr. James Njogu, distinguished representatives from government ministries and agencies, leaders from industry, academia, development partners, members of CAPS, and also the members of the Fourth Estate who are present here. We are also honored to, by the presence of Mr. Hilary Kiplagat Kibiwot, as earlier introduced, the World Guinness World Record holder and ambassador of the 15 billion tree growing campaign. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also joined by students from Mercer University in the US. I think they can stand and wave. Yes. They are in Kenya, specifically at KEPS, on a project for lead in paint, which is a very nice project. So they've been here for, this is now their second week. So I'm happy that you've come here to see what we do here with measurements. Today, we join the global community in commemorating the signing of the Meter Convention in 1875 by 17 member countries. The agreement that laid the foundation for a harmonized international measurement system. So when you talk about the metric system, that is when it was born. We celebrated 150 years since the signing of that Meter Convention last year. And some of you remember I was not here because I was representing Kenya in this celebration in UNESCO. Someone might be wondering, why is UNESCO? UNESCO also adopted the World Metrology Day as one of the days for their celebration. That you've seen, we are celebrating together with UNESCO. This year's theme, Metrology, Building Trust in Policy Making. It reminds us that effective public policy depends on measurements that are accurate, reliable, and traceable. Good policy requires good data. Remember, we're talking about AI. And if you talk to people like Meta, Google, they are telling you they're spending billions of money in establishing data centers. You will be able to see in the future that as you are entering a building, is a robot welcoming you. And that reminds me when I was at the university and we had Professor Achola. Some of you might know Professor Achola, a very, very polished mathematician. And one time he was talking about AI that time. And he drew a robot at the gate and he says, this robot can recognize you. And Monday, maybe the robot forgets you. And as you are opening the door, it decides to clap your head because it's misrepresented to you. It thinks you are an intruder. And I'm happy to see AI now in action. That was many years ago. Good policy, as I mentioned, requires good data. And good data requires trusted measurements. For Kenya, this theme is especially important because national decisions on health, agriculture, trade, energy, climate resilience, infrastructure, and consumer protection must be based on evidence that is accurate and comparable. When measurements are trusted, the government can target resources more efficiently, industries can comply with standards more confidently, markets can trade more fairly, and citizens can have greater confidence that public policies are grounded on facts rather than guesswork. This trust in measurement is equally vital for the success of continental free trade area because fair and seamless trade across Africa depends on results that are comparable, standards that are mutually recognized, and goods that can move across the borders with confidence. You've seen within the EAC, if you have a mark of quality from Kenya, you can move around without any issue. And so we look forward to also movement within the continent. And this will rely on measurements that are trusted, comparable, and acceptable everywhere. As the saying goes, what gets measured gets done. In metrology, we say, what gets measured gets done very well and efficiently. Accurate measurements helps government and institutions to plan better, monitor progress effectively, evaluate outcomes objectively, and in healthcare, for example, climate change, trade, energy, food safety, manufacturing, and consumer protection, policymakers rely on sound measurements to make informed decisions, allocate resources wisely, monitor progress, and protect the citizens. When measurements are accurate, policies become credible. When measurements are trusted, institutions gain public confidence. I'm sure when I was a young person, I used to hear made in Germany, and in my perception, it was a very good thing. I remember when I went to a shop and I wanted to buy, and I was being shown the one made in China, and I was like, no, I want the one made in Germany. And I went home without the item. So that is when measurements are trusted, the institutions, the industry, and the brands are protected. Ladies and gentlemen, metrology is no longer just a scientific discipline operating quietly in laboratories. Today, it is a strategic national asset that supports industrialization, innovation, digital transformation, and economic competitiveness. Remember when we had COVID, you can tell me which countries came up with the vaccine. There's something directly related with the level of measurements in that specific country. So, competitiveness is directly proportional to the level of metrology that you have invested. As Kenya advances in industrial and digital transformation agenda, the importance of metrology becomes even more evident. Artificial intelligence, smart manufacturing, robotics, digital healthcare, and modern infrastructure all depend on trusted measurements. Without metrology, there can be no trusted automation, no reliable AI, and no resilient digital economy. I'm sure you saw what happened in US with the robot taxi. When they went to some place and it had rained and there was flooding and they could not understand what the flood was. And thus there was a lot of confusion and traffic. Do you call it traffic jam when it's robots? I don't know the name, but they were stuck there and caused chaos in the estate. I'm pleased to note that Kenya continues to strengthen its position within the global metrology community. As Kenya also continues to demonstrate leadership in metrology at the regional, continental levels, our country currently serves as the president of the Inter-African Metrology System, AfriMet, chairman of PACI, Pan-African Quality Infrastructure, and our metrology staff hold chairmanship to some of the technical committees within AfriMet. These are in key fields in metrology, underscoring Kenya's contribution to the technical cooperation, harmonization of measurement standards, and strengthening the quality infrastructure across the continent. Kenya has been a full member of the Meter Convention since 2010, which strengthens our participation in international metrology decision-making and enhances global recognition of our national measurement capabilities. Through KEBS, Kenya has built significant national metrology capacity. Today, the country operates more than 20 specialized metrology laboratories that support industry, trade, healthcare, science, environment, monitoring, and innovation. Kenya has also hosts some of the strategic laboratories that support medical care, including dosimetry laboratories. This afternoon, there's a tour, and I welcome all of you to visit our labs and see what we have in KEBS that you can utilize. We also have the OSL laboratory, which supports calibration for additional worker protection equipment, among other critical applications that we have. Our metrology laboratories are accredited to ISO IEC 17025 by DAX of Germany, providing independent assurance that their competence, methods, and quality system meets internationally accepted requirements. As we are sitting here, we're having a peer review from AFRIMETS of our metrology and testing laboratories. This is a very important exercise. We have experts from other NMIs within the continent who are looking at our quality management system to assure that they can support our calibration and measurement capabilities. That explains why you are seeing some of the staff are not here, because they are being assessed. This strengthens the recognition and facilitates acceptance of Kenya's measurement results in the region and international markets. Kenya has also published 43 internationally recognized calibration and measurement capabilities in the International Bureau of Weights and Measures Key Comparison Database. This confirms that our measurements are globally recognized and traceable to the international system of units. These capabilities support exports, manufacturing, consumer protection, industrial competitiveness, and regional and international trade. Even so, the demands for emerging technologies and modern economies continue to grow. We therefore call on continued support from government and stakeholders to strengthen national metrology capabilities through modernization of our laboratories, advanced measurement equipment acquisition, digital metrology systems. The demand for this is more. You see a satellite flying, you cannot go to the satellite and calibrate physically. Therefore, you need digital metrology in this field. Most of the equipments that are now being produced require remote access to do calibration. And therefore, what we might be having might need modernization. Research and innovation is an area that we need to focus so that we develop solutions for measurements. And I think it's one area that we discussed with Massa University under that project to see how we can continue. They are here and they're already fabricating an equipment for testing lead. So you see scientists, when they sit in a room, they come up with innovation. Thank you very much. Technical training and skills development. This is an expensive exercise and requires a lot of budgetary support. We also require some support in investment in the next generation metrologists and scientists. So we really need to think about the future where AI will be the core. Investment in metrology is an investment in trusted policymaking. So when we invest in measurements, we're investing in trusted policymaking. Industrial growth, trade competitiveness, innovation, and the national development. As we commemorate the World Metrology Day 2026, let us reaffirm our collective commitment to building strong national measurement system that supports sound policy decisions, industrial transformation, and public trust. I would like to wish you a happy Metrology 2026, and in the afternoon, I extend my invitation for a lab tour of our facility at our headquarters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. Makofi tena kwa Director Henry Rotich. And I hope to our guests, you don't take that invite lightly, because you will have a chance we don't want to say a once in a lifetime opportunity, but once a year opportunity to have access to our state-of-the-art laboratories. And hint, hint, we have one lab right there that's the only among 3 in Africa, the only one in Eastern Central Africa. Kebs, mujipige makofi tafadhali. Distinguished chief guest, before I invite this next speaker who's an ambassador, I hope that today's World Metrology Day 2026 makes each and every one of us an ambassador for metrology, so that when people are speaking about, you know, the weather, hali ya anga, meteorology, you can also speak about the science of measurements, because science, measurements runs the world. Director Rotich mentioned that what gets measured is done exceptionally well. In fact, if you have your medical equipment calibrated well, then you know that the dosage that you're getting from the hospital is indeed the right one. Happy World Metrology Day. Thank you, choir. Happy World Metrology Day. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ambassador Hilary Kiplagat Kibiwot, who's a Kenyan environmental champion and climate action advocate from Elgeyo Marakwet County. He is the co-founder of Green Earth Ambassadors Foundation and is widely recognized for planting 23,000, he'll tell us the exact numbers, but the numbers that I have is 23,326 trees within 24 hours during a Guinness World Record attempt in 2026. And at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, by the way, Ambassador Kiplagat, we plant trees. Like seriously, we plant them and sustain them. Thank you. We do. But I can tell you, we plant, let's say in a day, thousands, about 4,000, sometimes 6,000. And that is a group of people. So I'm just trying to paint a picture of 23,000, almost 24, by one person in a day. Happy World Metrology Day. I'm sure that required a lot of measurement and accuracy. So following this achievement, he was appointed ambassador for Kenya's 15 Billion Trees campaign, where he continues mobilizing communities and youth towards forest restoration and environmental sustainability. Makofi tafadhali as we welcome Ambassador Kiplagat on stage to share his remarks. Tupige makofi. Kama miti zilipandwa within 24 hours, tutapiga makofi. Asante sana. Karibu. The floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you. As you've heard, my name is Ambassador Hilary Kiplagat Kibiwot, the current Guinness World Record holder for the most trees planted in the world, just within 24 hours. And I'm happy to be with you. And chief guest, who was supposed to be Honorable Waziri, Trade and Industry, the Managing Director, Kenya Bureau of Standards, distinguished guests, government officials, global partners and development partners, industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Hilary Kiplagat Kibiwot, and it's a great honor to join you today as we commemorate World Metrology Day 2026 under the theme Metrology, Building Trust in Policy Making. Allow me to sincerely commend the Kenya Bureau of Standards for hosting this important event and for its continued leadership in strengthening standards, quality assurance, and measurements system in Kenya. Distinguished guests, metrology, the science of measurement, may often go unnoticed, but it plays a fundamental role in our daily lives and in the functional of our economy. It ensures fairness in trade, protects consumers, supports innovation, and most importantly, builds confidence in decision making. Because without accurate measurements, there can be no reliable data. Without reliable data, there can be no sound policy. And without sound policy, there can be no meaningful impact. As Kenya advances in agenda in investment, trade, industrialization, and sustainable development, the role of metrology becomes even more critical in ensure that policies are not only ambitious but also measurable, verifiable, and accountable. Allow me to share a personal experience that strongly resonates with this year's theme. On 22nd to 23rd of April at Kesu Forest in Elgeyo Marakwet County, I undertook a challenge that resulted in setting a Guinness World Record by planting 23,326 trees within 24 hours. While this achievement reflects determination and commitment, it was fundamentally anchored in measurements and verifications. Every tree planted was carefully counted, documented, and independently verified. Time was precisely monitored and processes were standardized to ensure consistency and transparency. Crucially, weather conditions were measured both before and after the exercise. These measurements guided the timing of planting, assessed soil moisture, ensured that the conditions were optimal for tree survival. This deliberately data-driven approach has yielded tangible results. Today, I can confidently state that the tree survival rate stands at approximately 95%, demonstrating how accurate measurements directly contribute to successful and sustainable environment outcomes. Without these systems of measurements, the achievement would not have been credible or globally recognized. This is the power of metrology. It transforms effort into trusted and verifiable impact. Distinguished guest, beyond the record itself, something notable happened. It rained immediately after the planting exercise. While we may not draw a direct causal link, this moment underscored the importance of understanding the relationship between environmental action and natural systems. It highlighted the need for continuous environmental monitoring, accurate weather data, scientific measurement in guiding climate action. It also raises very important questions. How do we measure the long-term impact of tree planting? How do we track survival rates consistently? How do we quantify carbon sequestration and ecosystem restoration? How do we integrate weather data into planning? How do we ensure that reported outcomes reflect the reality? These are fundamental methodological questions and are essential in building trust in environmental policy. Distinguished guests, Kenya's commitment to growing 15 billion trees by 2032 is appalled and commendable. It reflects our determination to address climate change and restore our ecosystems. However, achieving this vision requires more than participation. It requires precision and accountability. We must ensure trees planted are accurately counted and verified, survival rates are consistently monitored, environmental impact is scientifically measured, weather and climate data inform implementation, and progress is transparent reported. Only then we can build the trust necessary to mobilize citizens, attract investments, and effectively engage global partners like today as we are here with our global partners. This is where KEPS plays a pivotal role. Through standardization, calibration, and quality assurance, KEPS provides the foundation for credible measurement system in Kenya. These systems not only support trade and industry, but also strengthens our capacity to deliver our national and global commitments. Under the leadership of the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, Metrology continues to enhance competitiveness, ensures product quality, and facilitate Kenya's integration into global markets. In climate action, it ensures our commitments are measurable, reportable, and verifiable, building both national and international confidence. Distinguished guests, my 24-hour tree planting record aligns strongly with this year's theme because it demonstrates a simple but powerful principle. When targets are clear, measurements are accurate, and accountability is upheld, extraordinary results are possible. It shows that metrology is not just technical, it is driver of trust, impact, and transformation. As we move forward, I urge all stakeholders to embrace measurement as strategic tool for development. Let us strengthen our systems. Let us prioritize data integrity. Let us standardize our track progress, and let us build our culture of accountability grounded in evidence like the way KEPS does. Because in doing so, we are building trust, and trust is what makes policy work. In conclusion, allow me to say, World Meteorological Day reminds us that behind every effective policy and every successful national program lies on one constant measurement. When measurement is accurate, trust is built. When trust is built, action follows. And when action is sustained, transformation becomes inevitable. As I conclude, allow me to leave this thought. What gets measured gets trusted, and what gets trusted gets done. And I'll request you to repeat after me. What gets measured gets trusted. And what gets trusted gets done. Thank you. And as we continue strengthening the systems that drives trust impact, I look forward to deeper collaboration and opportunity to serve as a brand ambassador for KEPS, championing standards, quality, and accountability across all sections. Let us work together, guided by science, grounded in standards, and inspired by purpose to build sustainable and prosperous Kenya. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Thank you, record breaker ambassador. Asante, makofi tena tafadhali. You know, it's impressive that Kenya continues to set the standard. I mean, the Kenya Bureau of Standards set the standards. Our vision is to be a global leader, we all know. And it's interesting that the people of Kenya, from Sawe Breaking 159, chief guest, research, not me, you're a researcher yourself. So research has said that when they sort of predicted that the next time a human being would break a record to run under 2 hours would be the year 2076, if I'm not wrong. And if they would try before that, it would be other stories. But that was done before. So our vision is to be a global leader in standards development. So as the Kenya Bureau of Standards and record breakers of planting 23, I just want to imagine how that is possible. I saw that clip, and at the end you were done but not done, which is interesting, but you are able to do so much. You say that you talk about measurement, that when measurements are done, trust is there, and that things get done. And I want to add that records get broken. Thank you for your time. Makofi tafadhali. Our next speaker is a representative from Kenatcom for UNESCO. Dr. Joel Ongoto, who serves as the Acting Deputy Secretary General, DSG, Research and Resource Mobilization at the Kenya National Commission, NATCOM. He is the Substantive and Current Director for Social and Human Sciences at NATCOM. As Acting DSG, he coordinates research issues, publication of the Kenatcom Journal, partnerships, consultancies, the NATCOM Resource Center, and resource mobilization. He has been instrumental in Kenya's effective participation in 5 previous UNESCO General Conferences and Kenya's membership in the UNESCO Executive Board. And I'm sure therein are accurate measurements. Another round of applause, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome our next speaker, the Deputy Sec-Gen, Dr. Joel Ongoto. Leo ni siku ya makofi na celebration. Asante sana, makofi. Makofi, thank you.
Thank you very much. Our chief guest, Professor Erastus Gatebe, who is the Industrialization Secretary, representing the ministry, the chair of the board of the Kenya Bureau of Standards, Dr. Christanzus Wamalwa, and who is the chair of the National Standards Council, the CEO of the Kenya Bureau of Standards, Madam Estangari, our ambassador, the young man, just a great person for breaking that Guinness record, world record. Various directors of the National Standards Council who are here, CEOs and partner institutions who have attended this very important function, senior staff and staff of the Kenya Bureau of Standards, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't know Kandi had my entire story. I didn't provide it, but technology provides all that. So as you've heard, my name is Joel Ongoto. I work at the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, and sometimes just like metrology, we try to use such occasions to sensitize our stakeholders on how we pronounce the NATCOM. Many people say CANATCOM. I know, Kandiye, sorry for that. It is NATCOM, K is silent. It's Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. You are not the only one. Many people make those mistakes, just as the video clip you just played on metrology and people confusing it with weather. Ladies and gentlemen, this day is very, very important to us. Very, very important, and that is why we were part of the planning committee. I don't know whether my colleagues who participated in the planning committee for this very important day are here in the room, or colleagues from the UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa. It appears like I'm the only one. So allow me just shortly to say what the Commission is about and why we are in this, because for many years, people know UNESCO for education, for science, for culture, and for communication and information. Really, UNESCO sometime back in the general conference that was held in 2023, which was the 42nd UNESCO General Conference, designated this day as a part of the days that UNESCO marks across the 5 program areas of UNESCO competence. And shortly you will see why it is very important. But UNESCO is more in standard setting, and that's how close we come to the CAPS. But what standards really does UNESCO promote across the world? There are conventions, there are recommendations, and there are also declarations. And there are many in these 5 areas of UNESCO competence. But for today, I'm here to represent the Secretary General, Dr. James Njogu, who could have really wished to be with you this morning, but he's engaged in another activity, and he requested me to represent the Commission. And they gave me just some little remarks, which you can allow me to read. And I know the time is running very fast. But he says, the Secretary General says here that it gives him great pleasure to be part of this very important occasion, the World Metrology Day. And he says that as we gather here, let's pause for a moment, not just to look forward, but to look back with nostalgia. Metrology is fundamental to everything that we do, including many aspects of life. For example, if you go to, let's say, to buy a kilo of meat, you know the emotions Mama Mboga can have if the butcherman messes with the kilo. Even for people who wanna choma nyama, for those of you who speak Swahili, you know how it can be emotional. And if you realize that the measurement has been tampered with, and on, even land conflicts, people say, okay, I bought from you for 100 by 100 feet, but it has been tampered with. And that is how UNESCO gets in. UNESCO is about peace and sustainable development. If we can use the science of measurement to promote peace and sustainable development in the world that makes sense to us. Because UNESCO doesn't want conflict. And every day as we work, it's about solving conflict. If conflict can come from measurement, let's avoid it. It's just like what Dr. Rotich talked about in education. If you really feel that you have an A grade and a professor at the university gives you a D, it's very hurting. So if there's a way through CAPS that we can use standards to promote peace and sustainable development, that will be really good. And we have to partner together, and that is why I've come here this morning. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me then to just say through these remarks of the Secretary General that for those of you who are not conversant with the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, which we abbreviate as NATCOM, K is silent, it is a state corporation in the Ministry of Education under the State Department for Basic Education. It was established through the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO Act in 2013 under the leadership of the late president, the third president of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Mwai Kibaki. And its mandate is to promote Kenya's national interests in UNESCO. UNESCO has its headquarters in Paris, and Dr. Rotich said that he participated in last year's World Metrology Day in Paris. And UNESCO's interests, international interests in Kenya, regionally, globally, and even at national level. In the constitution that established UNESCO in 1945, if you join UNESCO, member states are obligated by that international instrument to establish national commissions for UNESCO in their countries. So by dint of ratification of that convention or that instrument in 1964, it is over close to how many years are this? Over 60 years, 62 by the way, since Kenya joined UNESCO as member state 73, and we have always remained member states of UNESCO. So that is basically the background, and we ensure that UNESCO's national interests are taken care of, and it is the only instrument within the UN system that allows member states to have commissions like this within the government. And you never find a commission for UNICEF, a commission for ILO, a commission for WHO. It is only within UNESCO. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to say that, and chief guest, that as we gather here to commemorate this annual celebration, let us be cognizant of the vital role of measurements contributes to our daily lives. As Dr. Rotich said, it is 1875, the Meter Convention, which we standardized, that standardized global uniformity of measurements critical to scientific research and international trade. Indeed, as per this year's theme, Building Trust in Policy Making, Metrology champions fair trade, commerce, medical, as I've even given the example of the butcherman in the right in the village, transport, sustainable development, food production, and on, not to forget even law enforcement. So then, from 1875, we planted the seeds of a global measurement system rooted in science, trust, and cooperation. It is therefore exciting, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and chief guest, to note that we are now marking this day because it was proclaimed by the 194 member states of UNESCO in 2003. And that is why we always say, let's work with CAPS to ensure that people know the importance of the science of measurement. So, ladies and gentlemen, because metrology plays a crucial role in everything we do, this is especially true in the context of globalization, which has increased interconnectedness, and as a result, policies are implemented to ensure that equality among all people. This is essential to promoting trade among us and fostering cooperation. Therefore, creating stability. We should appreciate this silent force that has enabled the smooth running of all our operations and continue to improve them to build more trust and enhance equality. Metrology plays a foundation of trust which leads to an equal and flourishing society. It helps ensure that products and services are safe, reliable, consistent, and fostering economic growth and technological advancement. I want to thank the Kenya Bureau of Standards through its leadership, or the chair of the council, the CEO, and the staff for always working with us right from last year and partnering with us to celebrate this important day. So allow me to end this with the quote: when you can measure what you are speaking about and express it in numbers, you know something about it. This was Lord Calvin. Thank you for listening, and asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joel Ongoto. I like the quote that when you can measure it, you know what you're doing. Asante sana. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So at this point, our chief guest, we prepared for you, in the spirit of measuring. Research shows that people get aligned towards music. Music is like measurements. Like at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, when you measure here, it's globally accepted, right? So music, when played here, people in northern Nigeria can nod their heads. And I know many of us are victims here. Sometimes you don't understand the words, but you like the beat. So for this next video, before we now get into the next session of our distinguished speakers, we'd like to play for you. And you remember when we started Pima Sawa, Mesha Sawa? My distinguished guest. Sawa Sawa, you remember? Now this is where it is related. So at least you will be able to know probably a line or two of what we're about to play. And we hope that at the end of World Metrology Day 2026, you will understand that KEBS measures and measures accurately, and we calibrate.
Hospitali usijali, kilo ni kilo kabisa. KEBS wamehakikisha kiwango napewa ni ile nimelipa, ujanja na wizi imeisha kabisa. KEBS, pima sawa, maisha sawa, twende sawa, measure right na KEBS, pima sawa, iko sawa, maisha sawa. Hapa uaminifu target, ukiwa na KEBS usitense, bidhaa si bonoko ni check, mali ni fresh. Worry, usiwe na worry, ukiwa na KEBS, usiwe na worry. KEBS, pima sawa, maisha sawa, twende sawa, measure right na KEBS, pima sawa.
Okay? I don't know what was sound, tafadhali. Pima sawa, mesha sawa, sawa sawa. World Metrology Day 2026. Now, I repeat, The vision of the Kenya Bureau of Standards is to be a global leader in standards-based solutions for trade and sustainable development. And I can tell you we measure right and we're on the right track. So our next speaker is the leader at the helm of that all, Madam Esther Ngari, who's the Managing Director MD will tell you legit standards, legit measurements. So we will listen to your legit speech. Karibu sana, MD.
Thank you very much, Mercy. Our chief guest, Professor Elastus Gatebe, the Industrialization Secretary, State Department for Industry, the Chairman of the National Standards Council, Dr. Chris Wamarwa, members of the National Standards Council, the Secretary General and CEO of NATCO, UNESCO. I was very careful. Or industry experts, stakeholders from the industry and academia, our ambassador, Hilary, management and staff of the Kenya Bureau of Standards, our development partners, including the University of Maka. I don't know, is it Maka or Masa? The fourth estate, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Before I start, I want to acknowledge all the CEOs who are here present or their representatives. If you are here, kindly you may stand up. And the VC, if you are representative of your CEO, thank you very much. We have KENAS, we have UNESCO, the VC for TUK. Oh, you're not representing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I also want to acknowledge the senior management of Kenya Bureau of Standards. That's the leadership team of the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Thank you very much. We are celebrating together. So today it gives me a great pleasure to join you today as we commemorate the World Metrology Day and 2026 under the theme Metrology Building Trust in Policy Making. Today's celebration is not merely about measurements, instruments, or laboratories. It is about trust. Trust in trade, trust in science, trust in regulation, trust in public institutions, and ultimately, trust in the decisions that shape economies and societies. So as I continue speaking, you'll be seeing some images on the screen. This year's theme is both timely and profound because in an increasingly complex world, government institutions can only make effective policies when those policies are anchored on reliable, verifiable, and internationally accepted measurements. Ladies and gentlemen, this year also carries deep historical significance. On 20th of May, 1875, I believe none of us was here, maybe our great-grandfathers, 17 nations signed the Meter Convention in Paris, establishing a common international framework for measurement cooperation. 151 years later, that framework continues to underpin global commerce, industrialization, innovation, and consumer protection. A century and a half ago, the world recognized a simple but powerful truth. Societies cannot progress where measurements are disputed, inconsistent, and unreliable. Today, that truth remains unchanged. Whether we are discussing climate change, pharmaceutical safety, digital trade, carbon markets, food systems, energy transition, or industrial competitiveness, measurement remains the invisible infrastructure upon which modern civilization operates. Distinguished members of the metrology community, metrology often works quietly in the background, yet it touches every aspect of our daily life. When a patient receives the correct dosage of medicine, metrology is at work. When fuel dispenses accurately, measure liters at the pump, metrology is at work. When a manufacturer exports products that comply with international specifications, metrology is at work. When governments monitor air quality, manage water resources, regulate emissions, or establish fair taxation systems, metrology is at work. And critically, when policymakers rely on scientific evidence to make national decisions, metrology becomes the bridge between science and governance. Globally, we have seen how trusted measurements shape policy outcomes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, governments depended heavily on accurate laboratory measurements, testing systems, and calibration standards to guide public health interventions. We all remember very vividly what was going on. If you are to enter this building, the security out there, instead of frisking you, they would be having a gun, a temperature gun, which they were checking our temperatures. And woe unto you if it read above 37. But majority of those gadgets were actually reading 35. And those who know were wondering whether you are actually okay. Because we know what the body temperature is expected. Sometimes you could read 32 and you're wondering, you are growing cold, you know? And that, if it read higher, and possibly you didn't have fever, then you are stopped. The next thing you go to a hospital, and they want to check your oxygen. Woe unto you if the oxygen does not read properly, the meter. Then you panic that you already have COVID. So the accurate measurement is very, very critical. In climate governance, carbon accounting and emissions reporting depend entirely on internationally traceable measurements. Without trusted measurements, there can be no credible climate commitments. In international trade, technical barriers are reduced because countries recognize and trust each other's measurement systems through harmonized standards and mutual recognition arrangements. Ladies and gentlemen, here in Africa, metrology is becoming increasingly central to regional integration and industrial transformation. The African Continental Free Trade Area presents enormous opportunities of intra-African trade. However, trade can only flourish where there is confidence in measurements, testing, conformity assessment systems across borders. A kilogram in Nairobi must mean the same in Accra, Cairo, Kigali, and Cape Town. A test certificate issued in Kenya must inspire the same confidence beyond our borders. This is why strengthening national quality infrastructure, standards, metrology, accreditation, and conformity assessment is not merely a technical matter. It is a strategic economic imperative. Ladies and gentlemen, in Kenya, metrology continues to play a foundational role in consumer protection, fair trade, industrial growth, and the strengthening of public confidence in markets and institutions. Importantly, this year's theme builds on the momentum of previous World Metrology Day conversations. The 2025 theme, Measurements for All Times, for All People, reaffirmed the universality and inclusivity of measurement systems across generations and societies. This year, the focus advances further by emphasizing that trusted measurements are not only essential for commerce and science, but are also indispensable in shaping credible, evidence-based, and enforceable public policy. As Kenya's National Metrology Institute, the Kenya Bureau of Standards remains committed to supporting national development priorities through robust measurement science, standards, testing, calibration, and quality assurance systems. Our work directly contributes to the government bottom-up economic transformation agenda by strengthening manufacturing competitiveness, supporting agricultural value chains, facilitating fair trade, protecting our consumers, and enhancing market access for our Kenyan products. Equally, metrology is central to the successful implementation of the fourth medium-term plan under the Vision 2030, particularly in areas such as industrialization, affordable housing, universal healthcare, climate resilience, digital transformation, infrastructure development, and sustainable energy systems. Reliable measurements provide the scientific confidence necessary for these national priorities to be effectively planned, implemented, monitored, and evaluated. To support this national agenda, Kenya Bureau of Standards continues to strengthen Kenya's measurement infrastructure and technical capabilities across emerging sectors, including renewable energy, advanced manufacturing, healthcare systems, agriculture, digital technologies, and environmental sustainability. Through scientific and industrial metrology, we provide traceability, measurement confidence, and technical support to laboratories, regulators, and the industry while enhancing innovation, productivity, competitiveness, and market access for Kenyan enterprises. Today, as governments increasingly embrace data-driven and evidence-based governance, the importance of reliable measurement systems becomes even more pronounced. Policy decisions on inflation, energy consumption, environmental protection, food security, mining, infrastructure, healthcare, and industrial productivity all depend on credible data, and credible data begins with credible measurements. So, our distinguished guests, the future is also presenting new frontiers for metrology. Artificial intelligence, smart manufacturing, digital economies, advanced robotics, precision agriculture, electric mobility, and green technologies are rapidly redefining industrial ecosystems across the world. These transformations demand more sophisticated measurement science, greater interoperability, and stronger institutional trust. As we navigate the fourth industrial revolution, metrology must evolve alongside innovation. This calls for sustained investment in laboratories, technical skills, digital metrology systems, research collaboration, and international partnerships. It also requires stronger collaboration among government, industry, academia, regulatory institutions to ensure that measurement systems remain responsive to emerging economic and technological realities. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to appreciate the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, here represented by the Industrialization Secretary, Professor Gatebe, for their commitment towards industrial transformation, fair trade, and consumer protection. I equally want to recognize the National Standards Council, our oversight and governance, industry stakeholders, academia, development partners, and our dedicated technical teams whose work continues to strengthen Kenya's credibility within the global quality infrastructure system. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the World Metrology Day, let us remember that measurements are far more than numbers. Measurements build confidence. Measurements build accountability. Measurements build fairness. And ultimately, measurements build trust. Trust in markets, trust in institutions like Kenya Bureau of Standards, trust in science, and trust in policy making. As we look ahead, may we continue to strengthen measurement systems that support innovation, industrial growth, sustainable development, and inclusive prosperity for Kenya, for Africa, and for the global community. Thank you very much. May God bless you, and may God bless Kenya. At this juncture, I want to welcome the chairman of the National Standards Council, Honorable Dr. Chris Wamarwa, to come and address the congregation. Karibu sana, chairman.
World's Metrology Day. Pima sawa, kula sawa. Our chief guests, before I give my speech, allow me to introduce the members of the National Standards Council. Please kindly, the members of the board, be upstanding. I'll start with the shortest man in the board, Mr. Or give them, they can introduce themselves.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Yego, a member of the National Standards Council. In the council, I'm the chair of Governance and Strategy Committee. I also sit in the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Director. Makofi kwake.
I'm Consolata Rob, member of Standard Council.
Thank you, Director Rob. Makofi kwake.
Good morning. So good. This morning, yes. Good
Yeah.
morning again. My name is Animo Omar Haji, and member of the council.
Thank you, Director Nimo. Makofi kwake.
Happy World Metrology Day. My name is Momanyi Nyabonyi. I sit in the National Standards Council, where I also serve as the chair of the Audit and Risk Assurance Committee.
Makofi kwa Director. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. Tupime sawa. Sawa sawa. I'm Francis Kuriakaru. I'm attracted by ladies. You can see two of them came and sit near me. Francis Kuriakaru is a member of technical committee, and also I sit also in audit. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are the members of the board. They are the ones who do oversight and provision of the strategic direction of the organization. Before I give my speech, I was just going through some quotes on matters of measurement. And one of the quotes that I really liked was, if you can't measure it, you can't improve it. And it was said by William Thomson, Lord Kelvin, who is a professor in Glasgow University. Then there's another one, that if you can't measure it, you can't manage it, isn't it? This was said by Professor Peter Drucker, the father of the modern management, and was also repeated by Professor Kaplan and Norton from the Harvard Business School, and these are the founders of the Balance Scorecard. And I also saw a very good quote, that the heart of science is measurement. This was said by Eric Briefson. He's also a professor at Stanford University. So you can see metrology goes everywhere. And even in academia, those of you who've done masters or who've done PhD, when you want to measure your variables, you must be able to measure them. Either you operationalize. So when we talk about measurement, it cuts across the board. Now allow me, chief guests, to go to my official speech. Our chief guest today, Professor Erastus Gatebe, the Secretary Industrialization, who is representing the PS Industrialization. The members of the Standard Council, the MD of KEBS, Madam Esther Ngari, EBS, representatives of the regional and international metrology organizations, distinguished industry leaders, development and trade partners, the management and staff of Kenya Bureau of Standards, the esteemed metrology stakeholders in industry and in academia, the members of the fourth estate, distinguished guests, Hamujambo. It's a great honor and privilege to join you today as we commemorate the World Metrology Day, a day that reminds us that behind every sound decision, every transaction, and every quality product, there is measurement. I extend a very warm welcome to all participants from Kenya, the region, and the international community. Your presence here demonstrates our shared commitment to strengthening metrology as a cornerstone of credibility, fairness, innovation, and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin with a story. Some years ago, a small farmer in Western Kenya harvested a bumper crop of French beans destined for export to Europe. She had worked tirelessly through the season, irrigating, weeding, carefully tending every row. When the consignment arrived at the destined border point, it was rejected. Her beans measured inaccurately and did not meet the declared weight specifications. an entire season's work lost. Not because of poor quality produce, but because of measurement error in a system where precision is everything. Discrepancies had emerged between the declared weights and the verified measurements taken at the consolidation. The issue traced back to a simple pima sawa, measure sawa, tengeneza sawa. Toroka sawa. You know, I went somewhere and people who were born again, they believe in going to heaven. But when time came, then you were told you are the first one to go to heaven. The bishop, the pastors were the first one to run away because of the fear of unknown. Okay, sorry, let me repeat that part. Oh, sorry. Pima sawa. Okay, let me repeat the story. Sorry for that. Some years ago, a small-scale farmer in Western Kenya harvested a bumper crop of French beans that was destined for export to Europe. She had worked tirelessly through the season, irrigating, weeding, carefully tending every row. When the consignment arrived at the destined border point, it was rejected. Her beans measured inaccurately and did not meet the declared weight specifications. An entire season's work was lost, not because of poor quality, but because of measurement error in a system where precision is everything. Discrepancies had emerged between the declared weights and the verified measurements that were taken. The issue traced back to a simple but critical gap. Her farm scale had never been calibrated. That farmer's story is not unique. It is the quiet tragedy that plays out across our markets, our factories, our clinics, and our borders. Whenever measurement is taken for granted, this is what happens. There is a Swahili saying, pima mara mbili, kata mara moja. Measure twice, cut once. It is a proverb of patience, precision, and prudence. It tells us that the cost of measuring wrongly is always higher than the cost of measuring carefully. Many of us interact with metrology every single day without even realizing it. When it is purchasing fuel at a petrol station, receiving treatment at a hospital, buying goods in a marketplace, or trading products across borders, we place trust in measurements constantly. We rarely stop to think about those measurements until something goes wrong. There's an old saying that a person who uses the wrong measure can never arrive at the right destination. In many ways, that simple wisdom captures the essence of today's theme. Sound policy, fair trade, public safety, and economic progress all depend on measurements that are accurate, reliable, and trusted. This year's theme, Metrology, Building Trust in Policy Making, could not be more timely. Today, governments across the world are confronted with increasingly complex decisions. Decisions on public health, climate change, trade, industrialization, food safety, energy, and emerging technologies. In all these areas, policy must be guided not by assumption, speculation, or guesswork, but by evidence that is accurate, reliable, and internationally comparable. And that is precisely where metrology comes in. Metrology gives policymakers confidence that the data before them is credible. It gives industries assurances that standards are consistent and fair. It gives consumers confidence that the system serving them can be trusted indeed. When measurements are trusted, policies gain legitimacy, and when policies are trusted, institutions become stronger and societies become stable. Distinguished guests, metrology may often operate behind the scenes, but its impact is everywhere. It supports the accuracy of medical diagnostics and treatment. It safeguards fairness in trade and commerce. It strengthens the quality and competitiveness of manufactured goods. It enables reliable environmental monitoring and climate action, and provides the scientific foundation upon which regulation and innovation can thrive. Simply put, metrology is the bridge between science and public confidence. As we reflect on this important theme, we must appreciate that trust is not built by words alone. Trust is built through systems that are dependable, transparent, and consistent over time. This calls for deliberate investment in our national quality infrastructure, strengthening laboratories, enhancing calibration and testing capabilities, modernizing legal metrology systems, and building technical capacity for the future. But beyond infrastructure, we must also ensure that measurement science is fully integrated into policy-making processes. Metrology should not operate in isolation. It must inform national planning, regulatory frameworks, industrial development, and public service delivery. For policymakers, this means embracing evidence-based decision-making. For industry, it means maintaining accuracy, quality, and compliance. For institutions, it means upholding confidence, accountability, and transparency. As a country and as a region, we must also continue empowering our micro, small, and medium enterprises to adopt sound measurement practices. When businesses measure correctly, they improve quality. When equality improves, markets open. And when markets trust our products, economics grow, jobs are created, and livelihoods are transformed. There's a wider African wisdom that says, mti unaosimama sawa ndio unaovumilia dhoruba. The tree that stands straight is the one that withstands the storm. A nation whose systems of measurement are sound, whose standards are trustworthy, and whose institutions are accountable is a nation that can weather any economic storm. Metrology, therefore, is far more than a technical science. It is an enabler of economic transformation, consumer protection, and industrial competitiveness and public trust. On behalf of the National Standards Council and the Kenya Bureau of Standards, I reaffirm our unwavering commitment to advancing metrology as a driver of credible policy making, fair trade, innovation, and national development. As I conclude, let us remember that trust is not built by decorations alone. It is built through consistency, accountability, accuracy, and integrity. The future of effective policy making will depend not only on decisions we make, but on the quality of the measurements and evidence upon which those decisions stand. Let this Metrology Day be more than a commemoration. Let it be a renewed commitment to building systems that people can trust, markets that are fair, and institutions that are guided by integrity. A call to build systems where every measurement matters, where every standard inspires confidence, and where every policy decision is grounded in integrity. Because when measurements are accurate, policies become stronger. When policies are stronger, institutions earn public confidence. And when trust is strengthened, the nations prosper. May we continue to champion a culture where every measurement counts, every standard matters, and every decision is grounded in credibility and integrity. Thank you, God bless you, and I wish you a fruitful deliberations. Asanteni sana, pima sawa, mesha sawa. Now, it is my singular pleasure to invite our chief guest, Professor Erastus Gatebe. Karibu sana, makofi moja, mbili. Mesha sawa? Tembea sawa? Karibu, karibu, asanteni sana. Thank you, welcome, Prof.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, MD, and your team, all other protocols and participants. Good morning. You know, when you see Mheshimiwa around, fortunately we're on the same size. So, and thank you for that. It takes me pressure to be here and to join the team on behalf of the ministry and to officiate this round great day. I think it's one day that in the calendar of the Standard Council, I'm sure it speaks to the heart of your performance as well as your duty to Kenyans. And I'm glad that you have organized this day. As has been said, I'm Professor Gatebe Erastus, currently serving as the Industrialization Secretary, State Department for Industry, and the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. I serve as the technical hand for the State Department and the Ministry. So today is a great day for us, and I want to say that as I join the team, I've been sent by my bosses, both the PS as well as the CS, who are, the PS is engaged in parliamentary matters, and our CS is out of the country, I think with the Heshi. So accept the greetings. Mumekubali. So today's theme, and I want to thank Mercy, I think Pima Sawa, Mesha Sawa, hiyo ingine, Sawa, Sawa. Thank you. I think that's a very great one. I think if you forget everything else today, just go with that one. The big species, everything else. But if you know Pima Sawa, Mesha Sawa, 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 I think that one make a difference. I'm happy to get that. I'm also grateful to our young ambassador, our latest ambassador. I think, thank you, keep it up. I think you have put measurements at the heart of conservation. And I am sure MD and the Standard Council will embrace him. He requested that he'll be the champion of the measurement for the Standard Council and the entire board. And I'm very happy that you have brought yourself forward to champion matter standard, and more so in the environmental conservation. I also want to thank, I've seen we have our, some of our partners from to KEBS, who Dr. Rotish said they are working in collaboration, especially in the field of paints and the lead in the paint. I think that's one of our major environmental issues. As you're aware, you know, we are building, we are doing so much, but it's important also to know that that area is key, and I think it's also at the heart of today's celebration. So today is not a day of speeches and the like, it's a celebration, as that has been said by our MC and the entire team which has been there. So for me, I have a cardinal duty to deliver the message of the ministry. and particularly what this is all about to us as a government, and as Chair has said, with the good policies, they are always defined by this kind of measurement. We in the scientific world, we say for every science, it's the heart of the measurement. I like that quote. It always drives me to know that when you do the right measurement, you'll never take a morning, you'll take everything, whether it is a medicine, whether you are jogging, you go and weigh your, how much kilos you weigh, all of those, from lifestyle to the food we take. I think it is at the heart of metrology. We call it legal metrology because it must be defined by law. So I was given two messages, one from my immediate supervisor, the PS, and I'll mention something out of it, then I'll deliver the message of the Waziri. This is the message from my PS. Members of the National Standard Council, Ms. Estangari, the MD, Kenya Bureau of Standard, Dr. James Jogu, I think represented today, from the UNESCO, United Nations Education Scientific, what does C stand for? Council? Is it council? Organization. The industry experts, stakeholders from industry and academia, management staff of the Kenya Bureau of Standards, development partners, the four estates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Are you happy today? I heard someone saying that you took breakfast. Did you take breakfast? But the response is so low. Good morning. Are you happy? Repeat, pima sawa, mesha sawa, sawa sawa. Good morning. My role this morning is simple but very important. However, before I lead the statement, allow me to say how delighted I am to join you today as we commemorate World Metrology Day. This occasion not only marks the signing of the Meter Convention in 1875, which is basically 151 years, but also reminds us of the vital role that measurements plays in shaping trust, progress, and everyday life. Ladies and gentlemen, trust is the foundation of effective governance. It defines the relationship between government and citizens, regulators and industry, and nations' engagement in trade. Yet this trust must be through transparency, consistency, and reliable data. At the center of the reliability lies metrology, the science of measurement. Every policy decisions we make across the industry, health, agriculture, as was mentioned earlier, and an environmental protection, where we have a Guinness World Holder here. You know, the Guinness Book World Holder is with us, and that makes the day very special. Depends on accurate and traceable measurements. Dr. Rotich will tell you, if you can't do the traceability, it means your results are not accurate. These measurements ensure fairness in trade, protect consumers, and strengthen the credibility of our regulatory systems, where KEB sits at the heart of it. With those few comments from my immediate supervisor, allow me to lead the speech of the Waziri. Happy World Metrology Day. It is truly a pleasure to join you today as we mark this important occasion together. Beyond the science, we celebrate this day, remind us of something deeply human, that our daily lives, our safety, and the fairness of our markets all depend on trust. Trust that what we measure is accurate, and that what we rely on is consistent. In many ways, metrology quietly underpins the confidence we place in the systems that serve us daily. Asanteni sana for being part of this important conversation. Clap for yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, today's occasion is more than a celebration of science. It is a powerful reminder that the strength of our economies, the safety of our citizens, and the fairness of our markets depends on the trust in measurement. This year's theme, Metrology, Building Trust in Policy Making, speaks directly to Kenya's development agenda, and I think the MD has highlighted that quite well. As we pursue industrial growth, expand regional trade, and strengthen consumer protection, the integrity of our regulatory systems must keep pace. Simply put, the strength of our economy is determined by our capability in metrology. Metrology is not just a discipline confined in laboratories. It is present in everyday life. It is in the fuel pump that must dispense accurately. The medical devices must deliver precise dosages. The agricultural export, as Chair has alluded to, that must meet exacting international standards. Thank you, Chair, for that local example. And the digital system shaping our modern economy. When measurements are reliable, regulations become enforceable. This day, I'm sure people, when they see KEBS, they know we are improving. Initially, it was like police. Now it is partnership. And thank you, MD, and the Standard Council, and the whole of management. Keep it up. I think you are there to protect as well as ensure enforceability of the standards. When they are not, even the best policies fall short. This brings us to quality infrastructure, comprising metrology standards, accreditation, and conformity assessment. This is not a supporting function in policy making. It is a foundational pillar. Institutions such as the KEBS play a central role in ensuring that this pillar remains strong, credible, and responsive to emerging challenges. And one of the emerging challenges is incorporating the new technologies, the artificial intelligence, among others. However, the real questions before us is not whether quality infrastructure matters. It is whether we are fully leveraging it to design smarter and more effective regulatory frameworks. First, we must integrate metrology more deliberately into the policy-making process. Too often, measurements considerations are introduced late during implementation or enforcement, leading to gaps and inefficiencies. By embedding measurement science at the design stage, we ensure the regulations are practical, measurable, and aligned with international benchmarks. I want to report here, even at the ministerial level, in our policies, we are now reviewing the national industrialization policy. These are some of the areas that we are incorporating so that we align with the emerging technologies as well as what needs to be done. Second, we must strengthen coordination across institutions, and I'm happy to hear that you are moving this aspect to the counties or to the mwananchi or where actions takes place. Regulatory authorities, laboratory accreditation bodies, and policymakers must operate as a system, not in silos. I'm happy Kenas is also represented among others, and they are really helpful in that process. Measurement data should actively inform regulatory decisions, risk assessment, and market surveillance. This calls not only for technical capacity, but for governance frameworks that enable collaboration and information sharing. Third, we must invest in modernizing our measurement system. Emerging sectors like renewable energy, digital trade, healthy technologies, and environmental monitoring demand new capabilities. And I'm happy that we'll be seeing the labs in the afternoon to see whether you are implementing that. Without them, regulations will always lag behind innovation. Strategic investment in labs, digital tools, and human capital is therefore essential to keeping Kenya competitive in global markets. Fourth, we must align our regulatory frameworks with international systems. Let me report that I'm happy the Kenya Bureau of Standards developed a more robust instrument. That is we are waiting for it to go through the process, and once they get the new act, I think some of these things will be embedded there. This is critical for trade facilitation under the framework such as the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, of course, COMESA, EAC, among others. Harmonized measurements reduces technical barriers and open new opportunities for Kenyan products. And fifth, and importantly, we must enhance public trust. I think that has been overemphasized. We can't repeat it more, that for you to do anything, public trust is a must. When I see a KEB standard, I always feel I'm safe in any product. Whether it's a refrigerator, whether it is food, we always feel we are safe. Citizens and business must have confidence that measurements are fair, consistent, and transparent. This trust is built through effective enforcement, regular calibration, and clear communication. It is strengthened when regulatory decisions are feasibly grounded in credible measurement data. And I want to thank the MD during when we had the football game here. I think she was one of our best and effective communicator. That clip still goes loud in my mind. Thank you. Keep it up with your team. The laboratories, the way you really demonstrated, it builds confidence from the Kenyans, and keep it up, and we look forward to better this. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of regulation is data-driven, as has been mentioned, evidence-based, and increasingly technical. Metrology provides the language of that future, the precise universal language of measurement. By strengthening our quality infrastructure, we are not merely improving regulations, we are enforcing governance, enabling innovation, and safeguarding the public welfare. As we mark this World Metrology, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to placing measurements at the center of policy making. Let us empower our institutions, invest in our capabilities, and collaborate across sectors. And that is where the policy holders are here to do. Above all, let us ensure that every regulations we design is not only well-intentioned, but also measurable, enforceable, and trusted. I've seen we are doing public participation on certain regulations. They should meet the standards that we are talking about here. Kwa pamoja, tukipima kwa usahihi, tunajenga uaminifu, and where there is trust, there is progress. In doing so, we will build regulatory environment that supports sustainable growth, protects our people, and position Kenya as a leader in quality and standard across and beyond. Thank you. God bless you.
Another round of applause for our chief guest, Professor Erastus. Asante sana. Makofi tafadhali. We are celebrating World Metrology Day 2026. Indeed, when every regulation is measured, then it's enforceable and it is trusted. Kwa usahihi. Tumeelezwa hadi kwa Kiswahili. Happy World Metrology Day. Left side, Happy World Metrology Day. Thank you. And because you've earned Happy World Metrology Day, what's a celebration without cake? And even in bakery, accurate measurements determines how sweet this cake will be. And I can assure you, because it was procured by the Kenya Bureau of Standards, that cake, vile chairman ametuambia, tutakula sawa sawa. Happy World Metrology Day. At this time, I'd like to invite on stage, as we prepare the cake for cake cutting, Dr. Redemptor, if we could have we're cutting it from there? That's okay. Our chief guest, we'd like to invite you, Chair of the National Standards Council, Madam MD, and members of the board, including our visitor of the day, measuring accurately, breaking world records, so that we can cut the cake. Mutu watu wa sound, we have a song for Mesha Sawa Sawa. Exactly, we can play it even as we cut the cake. I hope the cameras can clearly indicate that the cake is celebrating World Metrology Day 2026. I see even the gloves are in Kebs blue. Branding at its best, eh? Ukiwa na Kebs usitense. Bidhaa si bonoko ni check, mali ni fresh. Pima sawa, maisha sawa, measure right na Kebs. As director puts on his glove and as we cut, Happy World Metrology Day 2026. Makofi tafadhali. Everyone will get to have a piece of this cake. Remember, even as we cut this cake and celebrate World Metrology 2026, this cake is a symbol of us taking a short break. We will, after this, have a cup of tea, then we will come back for a brief Q&A, some discussion. All your questions will after this break, before we close World Metrology Day 2026. Louisa assures me that everyone will have a cake. This is ceremonial for this as we celebrate World Metrology Day 2026. And our chief guest, just to mention, we also have our retirees from the Metrology Department who are here, and they'll be celebrated in the work that they've done at the Metrology Department at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Ambassador, we also have a few people who are breaking records in walking, and the steps are calibrated, so we'll also have a chance to reward them immediately after the break. But karibu for the piece of cake, and I hope it's nice. Have we tasted it yet? So Madam MD will have the opportunity to give our chief guest a piece of cake. Coffee, makofi. Mesha Right na Kenya Bureau of Standards. Happy Metrology Day 2026. Thank you. Happy World Metrology Day 2026. We will continue cutting the cake, but at this point, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break. I see time is not on our end, but around 12:15 we'll be back for the next session that will take about an hour before we wrap up the celebrations. Asante sana. Happy World Metrology Day.
Africa, aye Africa, oh liberté. Aye Africa, aye Africa, oh liberté. Nakometona, ndege oyo ya bolingo, tokomana nani? Afrika, nakometona, ndege oyo ya bolingo, tokomana nani? Afrika. Tiriri, lokasa oyo ya bolingo, gai na pamba maua ate pasi. Ae Afrika, ae Afrika, oh liberté. Ae Afrika, ae Afrika, oh liberté. Nakometona, ndege oyo ya bolingo, tokomana nani? Afrika. Nakometona, ndege oyo ya bolingo, tokomana nani? Afrika. Afrika, oh liberté. Nakometona, ndege oyo ya bolingo, tokomana nani? Afrika. Nakometona, ndege oyo ya bolingo, tokomana nani? Afrika.
Thank you very much, choir. Thank you, Makofi, to the KEBS choir. Let's give a round of applause to the KEBS choir. Thank you for a nice entertainment session. You have made it very nice for us. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. My name is Dennis, and at this point, we are going to be having the moderated session. This is a discussion because today is World Metrology Day. So today being the World Metrology Day, and it is the 151 celebration. Last year was the 150th celebration from talking about the Pharaoh's qubit. Metrologists, tulianza hapo, si ndio? The qubit, ile mkono, ilikuwa inatoshana wapi? Ilikuwa inafika hapa. To now having the meter convention with over 64 countries now member states of that meter convention. So allow me to introduce the panelists who are going to be joining us on stage. One will be having Mr. John Kanyanya from Kenya Power and Lighting Company Limited, who will be talking about energy and telling us more about metrology in the energy section. We'll also be joined by Beth Njaramba from the National Public Health Laboratories, who will be talking to us about the medical field when it comes to metrology. And from our partners, that is UNESCO, will be joined by the Deputy Secretary General, NATCOM, who will be telling us more about what UNESCO is doing and more when it comes to metrology. We'll also be joined by Lucy Namu, the Chief Manager Laboratory from Kenya National Accreditation Services, KENAS, and they'll be talking more about what role they're playing when it comes to metrology and what they have done to the metrology industry. At this point, I'd like to invite the panelists to take the stage. Kindly. Karibuni sana, Mr. John from Kenya Power. We'll also be joined by Professor Paul Mbaki from TUK, that is the Technical University of Kenya, who will be talking to us about the education sector and telling us more about what the education sector is doing. So karibuni sana, please take your seats. Karibuni sana. Karibu. Let's give them a round of applause. Karibuni sana. Yes, tulisema leo ni celebration, and we'll keep clapping to the panelists. Tuendelee kuwapigia makofi. It is a celebration. Happy World Metrology Day, everyone. Happy World Metrology Day. Happy World Metrology Day. Karibuni sana and welcome to this session. We'll also be joined by one panelist from the KEBS Metrology, Mr. Victor Gashusha, who is the manager mechanical metrology, and will be talking to us about what Kenya Bureau of Standards and the role we are playing when it comes to metrology. Karibuni sana. Point, I'll invite Ms. Mercy Kandia to take it from here.
Thank you, Dennis. A round of applause for Dennis. Thank you, Dennis, for that brief introduction. We'll go straight to it. You know, in the morning before we began, somebody from the labs was telling us about nanoseconds, panoseconds, oh lala. So I don't want us to waste any nanoseconds. But from my extreme right, kindly introduce yourself again and briefly just what your organization does, just to set the tone and give an understanding of the expertise that you bring into this panel discussion. 2 minutes each until we get to Victor from KEBS. Over to you.
Thank you. My name is John Kenyanya. I'm an engineer at Kenya Power, and I work at Meter Central Laboratory. And what our mandate is to carry out control, quality control on all the meters that are bought by the company. So all the meters that you are using at your homes, at the industries, at the generating stations, has to go through Meter Central Laboratory. We also do calibration on all the measuring instruments used by the different staff within Kenya Power in the commissioning of substations, transformers, and everything that is utility-based. Thank you.
A round of applause. Next speaker, Lucy, please.
Good morning, everyone. Happy World Metrology Day. Tumesahau. My name is Lucy Namu, Chief Manager Laboratories, as it has been said. And I work at the Kenya Accreditation Service. Accreditation for us is at the heart of building confidence and trust. So Kenya's really main mandate is to assess and accredit with a focus on building the confidence on measurements, on tests, on inspections, on certifications, that the outcomes that can be relied upon and can be utilized not just in Kenya, but are recognized across the borders. We always say, accredited once, accepted everywhere. And in Kenas, we are really committed, and we affirm our commitment towards strengthening the quality infrastructure through providing credible accreditation, that is the third-party attestation of competence to assure health, safety, and environmental protection. Thank you.
Thank you. And I must say, Kenya Bureau of Standards is accredited by Kenas. Makofi kwa KEBS tafadhali na kwa Kenas. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Beth Jaramba. I work at the National Public Health Laboratory as a senior principal medical engineering technologist. And we oversee the calibration, the maintenance of the laboratory equipment. And as we talk, we have a calibration center set up by the Minister of Health and CDC, where we are accredited in 5 scopes, that is in mass, volume, temperature, time, and speed. And we work in Korambo with Kenas, with KEBS, because in this world, it's a spirit of teamwork. Further, we have some of us, I think in the country now we are 9, who have been internationally accredited in biosafety cabinet certification. And I am one of them. Currently, I'm the only girl. And thank you so much. And so we are looking forward to having more ladies and loading this internationally on biosafety cabinet certification, Because remember, if that small pipette is not calibrated, your safety is compromised. It may appear small, but your safety is compromised. Safety is key, and it's paramount, and that's where we derive our motto. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Beth. Makofi kwa Beth tafadhali. When Beth mentioned pipette, for the non-scientists and engineers, you took us back to physics class, chemistry, the pipette. Marketers in the room. Engineers, yes, thank you. Next, please, a brief introduction and what your organization's mandate is.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Professor Paul Baki, Professor of Physics, specifically in the area of space physics. At the Technical University of Kenya, of course, our mandate is teaching and research, which research relies on measurements. In my space of research domain, we see things in 4 dimensions. And when we do that, we are able to see what you can't see when you're standing. And I'm seated like I am right now. I'll say much more. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Baki. Victor, over to you.
Good morning. My name is Victor Gashusha from Kenya Bureau of Standards. Kenya Bureau of Standards is the standards body for Kenya dealing with the standards, setting of standards and implementation of standards, calibration in metrology, and conformity assessment also. I'm based in metrology department, which is representative of the National Metrology Institute in Kenya. And our work is to disseminate units of measurements. And we are the custodian for the reference measurement system for Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Makofi, we have depth of experience and knowledge right in front of us. And this is how we will do this. So we'll pose one question each to the panelists, and then we'll open up the floor for the members, the participants to ask, then you'll be able to answer. But I'd like to start where all of us, the communicators, the scientists, the engineers, every Kenyan relates to, and that's in health. So we go to the National Public Health Laboratories. Beth, this question goes to you. So patient safety, we've all been sick. The body, ails once in a while. But patient safety depends directly on whether a thermometer or a blood pressure cuff, infusion pump, or diagnostic array is accurate. We all know that for sure. But how does measurement error manifest as clinical harm in Kenya health facilities? And what does a properly functioning medical metrology system need to look like? Over to you.
Thank you so much. I know you all agree with me that any equipment or any medical device that's not calibrated, it will give long misdiagnosing and long treatment at the end. So in agreement to this, if a BP machine is not calibrated, and I must say that it has been an oversight in many facilities, or many people, even where you are, they have an oversight of calibration. We have experience where an equipment or a device is brought to you. As far as the feeder puts it on, and you see the indicators are on, you assume it's okay. From today, please have a take home that if that device needs to be calibrated, it is not okay until it is calibrated. I hope I'm communicating. So, if a BP machine is not calibrated, you'll have long readings, which will lead to even long treatment. Remember, you can kill this person because when it's not calibrated and it gives you higher readings or lower readings, the patient will have hypertensive and you become I don't know. I always say that word when I'm telling the laboratorian, because I've been in the lab for quite some time. And I tell them, please let us not become a murderer. Because when you use the machine that's not calibrated, and it ought to be, you are killing that person. Because measurement is key, calibration is key. And so when this machine is not calibrated, as I said, it will give medication errors as well. So if that patient was, maybe the reading of the BP, it has given 110 of 60, and maybe he's normal. Are you seeing the repercussions? And the testing devices, they are the backbone of any treatment. Because when you diagnose, you take it to the doctor who is supposed to give medication, so you have given long information. The readout for this machine is long, and so you give wrong treatment. It also gives the diagnostic errors. For example, the hematology analyzers, the glucometers, chemistry analyzers, if they aren't calibrated, they produce wrong lab values. Still leading to the same. We are killing the patient instead of treating the patient. Okay, that's it. As I said, it leads to long decision to the clinicians. But remember, it is the guidance of the person who did the diagnosis. So thus we have incomplete or delayed emergency response. Like for example, in the hospitals, especially the counties, the public facilities, we have the workload. We all know that. Because very few people can afford to go to the private hospitals. And with this, if the measurements, we have measurements errors. Remember the workload, the people are so many. Now, how many people will be misdiagnosed? So it is of essence that the equipment, the devices are calibrated to enable elimination of the errors. The other question, do I go to part B?
We will go to part B.
Go to part B.
Yes,
Okay.
but
Thank you.
Beth, you mentioned, about when you don't do it right in healthcare. In fact, I don't want to use that term, but it's like you're killing the patient per se. But at this point, I'd also like to let the members of the public also know that when you get to a healthcare facility, if an equipment has been calibrated, it will have a calibration mark. So always check for the calibration mark. And hopefully before the end of this, we'll be able to project what that would look like. When you're going for an X-ray, if you have a patient who's going through radiotherapy treatment, cancer treatment, let them ask that that equipment that they're being treated with is calibrated. Again, we shift gears, Beth, before we now open this discussion to Kenya Power.
Add something?
Yes, briefly.
Yeah, just to add on, thank you, Madam Mercy. Just to add on what she has said, as you check on the sticker, also ask for traceability. A report also. Because at times you may have a sticker and not a report. So it is your mandate to ensure that you are getting the recommended health care. Like for example, some of the people, when we calibrate the equipment, they'll also ask for us for traceability. So we have to get the CAB certificates for our equipment, the standards that we are using to calibrate those devices. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. And I hope that our healthcare facilities will just follow suit, because when you're ill, my goodness, unless it's just a small headache, what time do you have to ask about all this or check? So we hope that even as we are empowered, or then the person who's taking the patient will be able to ask, but we hope that our systems will be calibrated so that it's just quality healthcare. Again, Kenya Power, those who light the nation. John Kenyanya, I hope I got that right.
Yes,
Is it
yes.
calibrated, the term?
Yes, the term is
Kenyanya.
yes, Kenyanya.
Thank you, John. So regarding, Kenyan skepticism about power bills, I mean, I think this is a platform to assure in terms of, how robust metrological standards and independent calibration, restore consumer trust, and what systemic changes are necessary to get there, so that, you hear this, I know, John, nikinunua tokens ya 1,000, na kesho ninunue 900, it's still the same, and I get value for that. Over to you, John.
Thank you. Kenya Power Meter Central Laboratory is an accredited laboratory under ISO 17025. That is the general requirements of testing and calibration laboratory. So whatever results we actually produce are verifiable and they are accurate. So one of the things that we really do to ensure that we are able to build confidence in whatever products that we are giving out, especially meters, because meters is what really touches on each and every person in this room and countrywide, is that we take our meters through calibration processes as prescribed by IC standards. Now, we have different IC standards that really cater for different elements of meter testing. But one of the two key areas that we really focus on, besides the accuracy testing, are two tests that I would like to really put it out in the public, that we have two tests that we take seriously to be able to determine whether we are able to release our meters out to the field or not. We have a test that is prescribed in IC standards talking about creep test, or it is a no-load test. This particular test is whereby we apply 115% of nominal voltage to the meter. And what determines whether the meter has passed or not is that the meter should not pulse more than once. What does that mean? When you have switched off everything inside your house, the meter will not measure anything. It cannot measure a ghost load. So that is one of the tests that I describe it as protecting the customer. And the IC standards really looks into that the customer is protected first. The second test that we also do is one for starting current. That is to be able to now protect the utility. Now, besides that, we have other several steps. There are almost 7 steps that we take our meters through to be able to establish the quality of the meters that we're giving to our customers. How do we ensure that our testing is accurate? We have reference standards that we take to Kenya Bureau of Standards for calibration. And this is how we're able to establish a traceability chain. And so the reference standards that are calibrated at Kenya Bureau of Standards are the same ones that we use in the laboratory to be able to calibrate all the meters that are used by our domestic customers. It is those same reference standards are the ones that we use to calibrate the meters in the generating stations. Because Kenya Power is a retailer. So we buy electricity from different generators. So we have KenGen and we have independent power producers. So we actually go conduct tests annually on all the generators, so that, because we know that has a ripple effect to the normal or to the common mwananchi in terms of the pricing of electricity. So we have made sure that we are abiding by the national standards for calibration and testing, and also the international standards. And that's why we are one of the accredited energy labs in Eastern Central Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. And I like how you say that, you say that when you switch off everything in your house, nothing will read. But there's an interesting point that you mentioned, and I hope Kenyans are, Oteko, I don't know if you switch off everything, it can read one, but it's good to know that if we switch off everything, nothing is picked up in terms of charging. And that goes to, ensure trust with the customer. But there's something you mentioned that I found interesting, that you're accredited, and that you say that your results are verifiable and accurate, which brings us to the next speaker, Kenas, who accredit. So Lucy, I know you're the Chief Manager Labs, and this is falls rightly into your docket. So accreditation in itself gives decision makers confidence that the data and measurements underpinning policy are sound and internationally recognized. Then can you share how Kena's accreditation has strengthened trust in Kenya's measurements and output across not just Kenya Power, but across sectors that you accredit? Over to you, Lucy.
Thank you very much. I think first of all is to understand the environment of the national quality infrastructure, or the Kenya quality infrastructure, which consists of the key pillars, accreditation, metrology as one of our very critical pillar, of course, providing measurement, the conformity assessment bodies that actually undertake the tests, the regulators that ensure that our technical regulations are implemented appropriately, and of course all this is made possible through the standards development body. Now, accreditation, in as much as we say, has traditionally been looked as a niche environment, accreditation provides confidence that measurements and outputs of the measurements undertaken in laboratories, whether it be laboratories that undertake medical diagnosis, laboratories that undertake calibration, which is now where measurements are ascertained, laboratories also that do tests to assure us that the quality of products meets the requirement, are actually confirmed through assessment of competence, competent implementation of horizontal standards that meet international requirements, and of course can be relied upon across borders. So for KENAS as the key pillar, as one of the key pillars in the national quality infrastructure, strengthening of these regulatory processes and systems is very key to underpinning wider recognition of the accreditation of the accredited conformity assessment bodies. We've heard about the Meter Lab at Kenya Power that is accredited. We've heard of the calibration lab at the National Public Health Laboratory that makes sure equipment, medical equipment specifically used in our various institutions of medical services are accredited. Also looking wider at the various laboratories that undertake tests to make sure that our products and services meet the requirements are actually acceptable and meet our regulatory requirements. It is many times that we hear of a product that came through but has not met the requirements. You've heard many stories in the past. We've heard about the issues relating to fertilizer, oil, that really ask ourselves, what then happened? But it goes back to the laboratories that do the tests to verify the quality, the components, constituents, composition of these critical products that we have consumed in the country. We then see critical gaps. Not all laboratories that undertake tests are accredited, which means we're unable to confirm competence, reliability, and really accuracy of and reliability of test results coming through. Inspection services are also very critical to make sure that, even looking at stories we've heard in the past, buildings that are collapsing, we ask ourselves, what then are the processes that go behind that? Are they accredited? Building materials are very critical. We've heard of quality of premixes used in building not meeting the requirements. So we can see then the importance of accreditation to make sure that those that undertake activities of conformity assessment do so consistently, competently, and reliably to produce accurate results and outcomes. This way, the role in metrology, therefore, cannot be underestimated in providing traceable, in attesting to traceability of the measurements that come from the activities in metrology and calibrated laboratories therein. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. And you know, you mentioned something important, accredited labs. So if I open mine and call engineer to help me test and I'm not accredited, and that's the other thing, empowerment, that you know whatever it is that you need to test or check, then it needs to be accredited. But that stems from somewhere, which takes us to the universities. Professor Paul Baki, you're professor in the Department of, if I heard you right, Department of Physics, Earth, and Environmental Science. You deal with students. And thank you for your time here representing the Vice Chancellor of Technical University of Kenya. So universities are where the next generation of metrologists, engineers, and scientists are shaped. I don't know if we have an alumni of TUK here. Are there? Great. Makofi tafadhali. So how is the Technical University of Kenya equipping students with the measurement science knowledge and practical skills needed to serve Kenya's growing industrial, health, and technology sectors? And a lot has been said about the changing times and artificial intelligence, whatnot. How are students empowered to ensure that this is, if I may say, bottom up, as they grow up into the industry, you know, they're well equipped? Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much. Ours, I must say, is scientific metrology. The metrology we do stems from fundamental research, and it is the research outputs, of course, based on credible data that we generate can get commercialized. And in that respect, produce prototypes, which prototypes can go into mass production. And I think that will grow the industry. On the other hand, in terms of the health sector, the health sector relies on a number of diagnoses. And a good number of those diagnostic tools use the principles of physics. I would like to point out here that, for example, in the area of medical imaging, of course you use the X-rays, the gamma ray machines, and so on and so forth. What has now happened is that the techniques we use to observe objects which are trillions and trillions of kilometers away from here, because we must get data, we must observe those distant objects using telescopes. And that data must be analyzed. It's big data science. And we do get images the same way the people in the medical field do. And so our techniques are now being applied in that sector to get even better results. Because look, the cell phone cameras, which we are proud of here, actually were derived from the cameras that we were using to observe far. And we just flipped them around and say, we can even look at objects which are in the neighborhood. And you think that when you now have an iPhone, that you're doing very much better. We are seeing things which are very far. And so when we flip that around, we do much better in our health facilities. In terms of technology, we purpose, of course, also to go into the area of instrumentation. We want to build things to help us do even our research, things also which can help to improve, for example, the Juakali sector, to help them deliver on the quality of their produce. An area where I must say we are not doing well is that the equipments we use sometimes take years before they are recalibrated by KEBS. And so that is a gray area, which I think is an area which we need to pick up and address.
I hope that has been noted.
Yeah, for sure. But in any case, from the fundamental research which we do, it feeds also into the evidence, which evidence feed into policies. When we have good policies that regulate the industry, then I think we are good to go. So from fundamental research to policies and to a better environment for business. Thank you.
Thank you, and I must apologize to the iPhone users. Yeah, but...
Let me also point out, not iPhone users. Yeah. This Wi-Fi which we are using here, I hope there is one in the room. I've not seen any password.
Yeah, there is.
There is, eh?
Yes.
It was not invented by engineers. We were trying to use radio waves to observe things we could not see. Radio astronomy. We developed it for something else, and then we said, but you can also use it just to communicate locally, and that is happening. Yeah, so, I mean, even iPhone users should not take offense. Yeah. These things have come from somewhere.
No offense taken. But let's shift gears now to policy in terms of the Kenya Bureau of Standards. So there's a newly published metrology regulations that represent a significant policy shift in how Kenya governs measurement standards. If not, too technical terms. I know we have professor of physics, labs, this is to communicate to the audiences. But could you give us a brief of what they are and what has changed? Victor, that's your question.
Thank you very much. I would first of all start with from the Standards Act, which gives KEBS the mandate that it has today. KEBS, specifically the functions of Metrology. Metrology department is the custodian of our national reference standards, the ones that we were told by Engineer Kenyanya, that we give them traceability. We also have the mandate of disseminating units of measurements in the country. So by extension, there are other people who also do calibration, and they are doing the calibration on behalf of KEBS, because KEBS is the one that has got the mandate to disseminate the units of measurements. So in the past, we have had issues with the quality of work that is done by calibration centers. And since they are carrying out part of our mandate, the metrology regulations are supposed to regulate the way they do their work, so that what they are doing on behalf of KEBS is to the same standards as what KEBS itself does. So this one has, the regulations have emanated from the Business Regulations Act, which was amended in 2024 by the President and assented to. And as a result of implementing this Amendment Act, we are doing the metrology regulations to map out the path on how we are going to implement the changes that were made to the business regulations. And apart from us regulating the people who are doing our mandate, which is calibration, we are also supposed to, the industry is also supposed to be aware that there are certain categories of instruments that must be calibrated. In the past, calibration was optional, but now, after these regulations start operating, then there are certain categories of instruments that have to be calibrated. And these categories of instruments are in health and safety, food, and critical research. So the way we intend to implement this is by licensing the calibrating services, so that if you have been accredited by KENAS, then we also look at your reference system. Are you well connected to the SI system of units? Who is connecting you? How do you do your calibrations? What is the level of reference instruments you are using, and what are you telling the industry you are doing, so that we can be able to get quality work from these service providers. So in short, that is what it is.
Thank you. And I think the fact that you say that part of, it was passed in law that all medical equipment must be calibrated, which I think it's an effort by the government to ensure that when you walk into a hospital, you don't have to think about if this machine is calibrated. When they measure your blood pressure, that you're sure it's the right one. In fact, last year during World Metrology Day, when we were doing conversations around metrology, and there was a joke that, could it be that the person who's supposed to be in the hospital is at home, and the one who is at home should be in the hospital, just because of, you know, inaccuracy in measurements? But at this point, I know I have more questions, but I'd like to open it up. Dennis, you have a microphone, to the audiences. Engineer Kenyanya talked about IEC standards, IC standards. Some of us understand what IEC standards are, but as we open up the floor, Kenya Power, through John Kenyanya, maybe you can just say, what are these IEC standards you keep on talking about?
They are international standards that dictate how tests are supposed to be conducted. And some of the standards, I can just name a few, that relate to the different accuracy classes of the meters, like IC 620-53, 620-52. We also use IC 620-58. Those are things you can actually be able to check online. Just Google and you'll be able to see all the different accuracy classes of the meters that the different IC standards cover. And they specify how to establish the optimum operation of meters.
So in short, you're telling us the optimum operation of meters is standardized. The quality that you find in, somebody was talking about Germany, and
yes,
it's the same quality you would find in
yes.
Kenya. Perfect.
But also, one of the things that we also try to do within the utility is to also understand the business environment. Because we deal with various measurements, especially when it comes to energy. And I mean, with the introduction of renewable sources, we have to really look into so many things so that we're able to capture that. And that is what you find we include in the specifications of all the meters that we actually procure within the company. Yes.
Thank you. That's really assuring. We will take one question and probably, I think, one other, because I see we don't want to waste nanoseconds, but yes,
Okay.
so we'll have one and then
Good
two
afternoon.
others. Good afternoon. If you could
Yes.
stand up, please.
Okay, I'm Zephania. So, and my question is goes to the engineer from Kenya Power. For example, maybe you receive a very huge number of maybe meters. How do you calibrate? Do you calibrate all of them or you sample? Because in metrology, the properties is too specific to that equipment, to that one equipment. So how do you handle that? And then to Professor from TUK. So mostly when you are in campus, so some of the people training, they don't have experience or the knowledge of the things, maybe in the industry or even at CABS, maybe in metrology or in measurement. So because some of the things you find that what you are taught at a university is when you get to the field, you find that it is a different concept from what you got from the training. So for example, calibration, so for me in the past, I thought it was just graduation or putting marks for measurement maybe on a ruler. So, but coming to CABS, I came to realize that it is more than that. So, how do you maybe, or how are you going to do to ensure that they can have maybe these skills or the knowledge in the field that they can transfer to the students at the university? Thank you.
Thank you. So I hope, Professor, you've taken note of that, so that we just take the two, then we...
Thank you, Madam Mercy. And mine too is to Engineer Kenyanya from Kenya Power. I've noticed that when I buy tokens, a meter in Nairobi and a meter up country where I come from, that for the same amount, I do not get the same amount of tokens. This speaks to measurement. Please say something about it so that I can understand, because sometimes the difference is as high as over 10 units for a meter in Nairobi compared to a meter out there. And we are one country. Please say something about it.
Thank you. So finally, one question here, then we take those rounds fast. Yeah.
Okay. Still to Kenyanya. I know Kenyanya. We work together. Mine is just to inquire whether when they fix a meter in my house, Kenya Power, do they check whether that meter is accurate, or it can remain there for 20 years without them coming to check, and it's something that has been manufactured? At what point do they calibrate such?
So let's take those ones first, and then we'll come back to you. Let's start with Kenya Power. What gives us trust is that you're accredited. But please proceed to answer the questions.
I call myself the meter guys because I've worked in the lab for the past 13 years. So I understand the meters that we give to the customers. The first question I think was on how do you establish whether, do you conduct tests on all the meters or not? Now, IC standards give us the leeway to be able to conduct sampling. And we actually conduct random sampling on any new meter that has been procured. We only do that for procured meters, sampling. But for any meter that has come from it has satisfied our requirements, it is brought again to Kenya Power. And another set of random sampling is done. So out of a set of, let's say, 50,000 or 100,000 meters, we pick 4% for testing. And what is our requirement is that anything that goes above 1%, we reject that consignment. So I can assure you that we conduct testing on all the meters that have been procured through random sampling. But anything that has gone to the field and comes back, we actually conduct 100% testing. Now, the second question, I think you had one question, right? Yes. The second question is on the consumption pattern.
In terms of regions.
Yes. You can be sure that when you're in Nairobi, you have more devices within the house as compared to the other region. So there's...
Are you trying to say somebody is running a factory in Nairobi? But anyway,
Not
proceed,
really, not
proceed.
really. But you see, that brings in an element of a billing cycle that is conducted within the utility. Your consumption pattern is usually assessed every 3 months. So depending on your consumption at a particular residence, it's not even region-based. It is customer consumption patterns. We can be in the same locality, but you are actually getting more tokens than I do. Why? Because of my consumption pattern. So if I consume more, you are kind of moved to a higher tariff, meaning you tend to get less units. And so this assessment actually tends to happen every 3-month cycle. So you'll find that based on this analysis, and it is a system-based analysis, you can be getting more tokens or less tokens depending on your usage as a customer.
I can tell you the room has engineers, but people are saying, but proceed.
So let's just use an example. This month you use 120 units, right? Next month you use 80 units. The third month you use, let's say, 200 units. We have different bands for different customers, okay? We start from liveline customers. I think the band starts from 0 to 10. I'm not so sure. I'm not giving you accurate values on that, but I know we have different bands, and that is now what determines or dictates how much tokens you'll be able to be receiving. So it's not region-based. It is purely a consumption pattern of one particular household over the other.
Engineer, I can tell you over lunch you'll have very many people talking to you because I think at this point we will not be able to answer all the questions. But maybe even as you wind up before we go to Professor, you can speak about the checking of the meters, which you asked if you use them for a long period of time.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that we use to kind of establish whether a meter has deviated or not is actually based on the readings. We actually just kind of do an analysis of the pattern of your consumption. If it dips or it goes very high, then it usually raises a red flag for us to be able to send our team, our installation and inspection team, to be able to go to the customer's premise. Now, we are talking about dealing with 10 million customers. So we cannot really be able to carry out inspection in all of them, though will be our desire. But we actually now rely again, one, on your consumption pattern, the readings. There is usually a consistency. Just like there's only so much ugali you can take. There's only so much soda you can take. So if there's any change or a variation, the system tends to flag that. And that's now what prompts us to be able to now go and do an inspection on the meters. The second thing we also rely on is
best to buy tokens of 100, anyway. But Professor, over to you.
Thank you very much. Your concern is that what you are taught in the university is not what you find in the industry. Yeah, that is true. And this is the reason why we require that our students go on industrial attachment, so that which you cannot find in the university, you will meet it in the industry. One thing that TUK does is that we have crafted some course units with the help of the industry. We do not pretend that we ourselves can teach those courses. So we normally would rope in the very people who help us to design those things to actually come and teach those very units. After, they will take our students to their places of work or the industry and show them how those things work. That is how we bridge that gap.
Let's give a round of applause to the panelists. Dennis, I can see we are time barred because let's just have one final question here, and then I'll tell you what we will do for those who have questions. Please.
Yeah.
Your names, please, and then
My name is
can you wrap them into one brief question, kindly?
Yeah, continuous.
Okay.
My name is Kyoko. The first one was to Kenya Power Guy. When it says IEC is a European standard, and it should have given us the Kenya conversion of that standard. Because here we use the Kenya standard, and the EU standard is not different from the Kenya standard, because it's adopted for here. So I think it should know that. The second thing is that for the land Kenyans and for the guy from camps, I don't know, but the Iraq of accreditation from IIF to Kenyans, and also the hierarchy of measurements from BIPM down to Bureau. This organization gives confidence for measurement, Kenyans, and such. Now, I don't know the new regulations on metrology. I have not seen them, but I don't know how they are going to be applied, because you know the Kenyans is supposed to regulate the accreditation, the calibration centers. And as such, if they fail to have credible auditors, assessors who are qualified, not only qualification, because I've seen they are using some which are not qualified. If you use a metrology, use for temperature, it's flow measurement, for flow measurement. And I think, and those ones, you can some get them from the camps. So if you use that, there's no need for the camps to go and check it again, because you have used credible, assessors and such. I think you are going to, sometimes you might be taken to Hague.
The conversations have led us to
Hague.
I want you to...
If you don't, if you break that, because the international is well defined, it's also voluntary. It doesn't mean you cannot do, you cannot have a laboratory which is performing calibration. You have to have the skill of by doing it, and then you invite Kenyans for accreditation. You cannot have a vacuum and invite. Yeah? So the person has to be practicing, and then he says, now I'm competent, please come and do that, and such. Anyhow, these are kind of those which I'm just trying to plot, because, in the regulations, when we are making, we have also to see for the future and for the deployment of the quality infrastructure in the country. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you. And it's, I think, makofi tafadhali, round of applause. Because you see, discussions like this will help us so that we don't get to the Hague, as you say, so that we solve our problems, what we call Kenya solutions for Kenyans, that is relevant to us. I'll give an opportunity to Kenyans to respond, but I'd like us to start with Kenya Power, Kenyanya. Your name rhymes with your organization. Please proceed in brief as we wrap up.
In regard to his question, are we wrapping up or we?
We are wrapping up as you respond to the question.
Okay. So the Kenya standards adopt the IC standards. So they are practically almost one and the same. So when I am talking about the IC standards, it is also in reference to the Kenya standards, because our reference standards are actually calibrated by the national metrology body, being KEBS. Yeah. So in a nutshell, what I would like to say, Kenya Power plays a very critical role within the Kenya energy sector. And what I would like to assure the people here today is that we try as much as possible to be able to abide by the standards that have been set by the national metrology body, and so that whatever we do or whatever is our output is something that can be able to be internationally recognized. It is something that can be able to be verified. It is something that nobody can actually question whatever results that we actually produce. Because the minute we fail in giving the accurate results, it means we have basically
revision regulation owing to the business amendment laws that came into effect December 2024, which is what I think your colleague is talking about. We are also in the process of having the new, well, we have the new act, but the regulations in place. It is now, I think, for the information of all, a requirement that conformity assessment bodies operating in Kenya must be accredited, just so that we are able to provide confidence to the public. There is confidence underpinned by accreditation as well as reliability. I think we've heard many stories in the media and we've seen them, so we're working towards this. I think the concern that I would share with the metrology area, thank you very much, Bwana Kioko, for pointing it out, is the use of competent assessors, which indeed we do use. But I think over and above that, the business amendment laws did say that KEBS would be designating based on accreditation by KENAS. And I think we could work closer on this area just to make sure that we are not going to The Hague. As was indicated, we're not creating another silo unto ourselves, and really working towards the betterment of the quality infrastructure together. So with this, I look forward to inviting all of you to come for the International Accreditation Day celebrations, 9th of June. Karibuni sana, and hear a lot of the developments. Sorry, I have pitched on my sister's platform, KEBS. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are partners for sure. Beth, your parting shot as we wrap up.
Thank you so much. My parting shot is, as we say, Misha Sawa, Pima Sawa, Sawa Sawa. It's all summing up to safety. So it's our duty to ensure that all the medical devices, including the refrigerators, they are calibrated, they are periodically checked as required, and in accordance to traceable standards, and also performed by qualified people. And with that, I usually have a quote when I'm training on biosafety. I say that safety is everybody's responsibility, and it starts with you. Be safe. Every cadre requires capacity building. Thank you so much.
Indeed. Thank you. Professor, your parting shot. And what were iPhone wanakusikia, so go slow on them.
Okay. I'm glad we are here. Metrology is for good science. Good science for public good and social impact. But above all this, we are different institutions seated here, each one with strength in their own areas. There is something which impacts metrology across board. And it is something we did research on sometime in 2016 and found that it affects Kenya Power very badly. This is called space weather. There are things happening out in space which impact measurements on Earth. It affects infrastructure, and much more so in the power grid. We have geomagnetically induced currents, all from the sun, coming all the way and causing quasi-DC currents in your systems and burning out your transformers. While you think you are up to date and you are accredited by KEBS, there's something hurting you and you don't know. We need to talk. These things affect even surveyors on the ground. There are times of the day when the errors are brought towards the east, positioning measurements. Sometimes they are vertical. Sometimes they are skewed towards the north. You will not know. And so what we are now trying to do is to be able to provide space weather alerts so that each one in the specific industry will know what to do when you are doing your own business. I think this way, if we cooperate, we will be leaving this world a much better place. Finally, I want to say this. Yes, some of the things people do in universities, you might think people are crazy and that we are detached from this world. But let me tell you, the science of measurements is good. We now know that the universe in which we live came from a beginning which was indeed very hot, very high temperatures, very high densities. But over time, it has cooled. Until conditions became favorable on Earth for life to begin to thrive, and we are now here. I know that as Christians, we say that sinners, when they die, they will go to hell. Our observation over time is that hell has cooled substantially from what it was in the beginning. I'll leave it at that.
Professor. Professor today came bearing bombshells for everyone. So we will wrap up with Kenya Bureau of Standards and Power so that you can talk and see how to partner. But as we wind up, I'll give you an opportunity kindly, but let's, Victor.
Thank you. It is a comfort to know that hell has cooled down. Not because I'm a sinner, but because my brother might be. I also want to assure Professor Baki that we would be very happy to work with you, and we would wish that, I think we have some MOUs running, and we would be very happy to work with you on these things. Anytime you feel like you need any assistance or any working together, we are very ready. Then on my, for my friend, the Clubbard panelist, Engineer Kanyanya, we have technical committees in KEBS, and that is how we come up with the standards that we have. We have technical committees where we initiate these standards. So I invite you to be a member of a technical standards related to electrical measurements and associated measurements so that you can be able to bring up that issue of the standard that you wish to see in Kenya for purposes of your metering equipment. We'll talk over lunch on how you can be able to do this, but it is an open forum. And also this goes for the rest of the public. We have these TCs, and they are open for people in different professionals to join in and even suggest on standards that they think can be able to support their sectors and their businesses. Finally, on the regulations, we can be able to have a look at them. They are in, I think they have been gazetted, and you can get them in government portals, but you can also be able to get them from Kenya Bureau of Standards website. You can have a look at them, and you can also be able to respond there. You can be able to give us your comments. And for the people that are affected by these regulations, I want to assure them that KEBS has the skills, the staff, and the equipment to be able to support them in terms of training, interlaboratory comparisons, and giving them traceability for their reference equipment. Thank you.
Thank you. Makofi tafadhali. I know, Kenyanya, you want to speak, but this has been interesting, right? I told you we had depth of experience on set, and I think you have delivered. Please, another round of applause. Asanteni sana. You can leave the stage. The sweets on the table were yours, not as a bribe, but to thank you for your time and give you energy. We also have lunch to be served immediately after. Asante sana. Victor, thank you, Professor. Thank you, Beth. Thank you, Lucy. And thank you, Kenyanya from Kenya Power. I have actually learned, and I'll try. Who's the AfriMet's president. Indeed, KEBS is a leader. As you see him come on stage, that's the president of AfriMet and our director for metrology and testing. Makofi tafadhali. So director, you lead a department that has people who came before you, did what they had to do, set the standards, and set them exceptionally well. And that's the reason why World Metrology Day 2026 will celebrate the retirees from that department. And to begin, so we will call on stage, I hope you're still here, so that we can give you a token of appreciation. I'd like to call on stage Joseph Mulwa. Makofi tafadhali. Is Joseph here? Asante Joseph for your service. Tafadhali, come on stage. Joseph Mulwa, we have a certificate for you to thank you for your service at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Makofi, makofi, makofi. We also have Charles Ayugi. Charles Ayugi. Asante sana Charles Ayugi. Karibu sana on stage for a certificate. Let's have a photo. Yes.
Si huyo ni kijana? Si ni kijana sana huyo? Sasa metrologists, they don't age. They just take other responsibilities. Thank you.
They know how to reverse time. We can look at the photo there. Asante sana. Charles Ayugi, thank you. Vijana indeed. Makofi tafadhali. Dennis Moturi, if you're here, please. Asante sana. And I know Mr. Moturi was our former chief manager. Sorry, I think the photos are better down there. Asante sana for your service, Mr. Charles Ayugi. Our former chief manager, Dennis Moturi. Asante sana. Kijana barubaru indeed. Thank you for your service. Thank you. Maurice Guya. Makofi tafadhali for Mr. Morris Guya. Morris Guya. Makofi, makofi mpaka afike hapa mbele. Thank you for your dedication, commitment and service at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Asante Jackson Mugo. I was wondering about the ladies and gender, but next is Lucy Ngugi. Lucy. Asante, makofi for Lucy as she comes on stage looking very vibrant and young, and indeed, metrology people will tell us the secret. Asante sana Lucy Ngugi for your commitment, your service at the time you served at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Thank you, Lucy. Purity Wahome. Director, if you could move kidogo hapo. Purity Wahome. Another woman who made Kenya Bureau of Standards, Metrology Department be what it is. They actually look very young. Mutatuambia siri. Purity Wahome, thank you for your service. Asante sana. Stephen Goto. Stephen Goto. That's not Stephen Goto. On behalf of Stephen Goto, asante sana. Now regards to Stephen Goto. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Last but not least, we have our former director of metrology, Joel Kiyoko. Depth of knowledge indeed. Asante sana, director. Thank you for your service, for the dedication you put in, for the passion you continue to put in the science of measurements. Thank you so much. Asante. Thank you. Makofi. Director utabaki hapo. So, distinguished participants, for this next category, sorry? Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Director. Asante. Yes, yes, please. You can take a seat. Yes, you can go. Thank you. Volume chini kidogo, measure right na kebs indeed. So this next group of categories, I know very many people participated in this. And you know what discouraged me is if one of the people who walks 70,000 steps in a day did not make it to top 3, then you know it was a very tough competition. I'm talking about none other than the walking competition. So we have a few trophies, Director. And I hope the watches were calibrated. Nilisikia mtu anasema kuna watch unafanya hivi na ina count. They are traceable to the SI. Well noted. We'll start with the queens. At number 5, number 5 is like number 1, clocking 259,000 steps. I know the breaking records is Chepchirchir Helen. I think this is in the DNA. Chepchirchir Helen, congratulations. Number 5, but in my WhatsApp group you'd be number 1. Congratulations. Congratulations, Helen, with 259,000 steps, with 454,000 steps, 543. At number 4 is Flora Serem. Flora Serem, where are you? Ondoro, please pick on, or there's a queen here. From Eldoret, or CM will pick on her behalf. Thank you. CM, you'll have to tell us how many steps you managed, but we will not ask in this public forum. Number 3 with 465,000, we must say over 465,000 steps, is Ann Mkatha. And this was steps taken between, Karibu Sana Ann, congratulations at number 3. Steps taken between May 9th to May 18th. May 9th to May 18th. If you do the math, that's very many steps. Ann Katha, congratulations. Congratulations. Queen coming in at number 2 with 485,727 steps is Sylvia Ngori. It's Ngori. Ngovi. Ningesema ni Ngori, but Sylvia, congratulations on behalf. You are qualified to take on her behalf. Congratulations on behalf of Sylvia Ngovi. And now, the winner with over 500,000 steps, 501,698 steps, is none other than Kate Rubithia. Hey, Kate. You should even be running to the stage at this point. Congratulations. 501,000 steps. That is no mean feat. Congratulations to a healthier nation, a healthier Kenya Bureau of Standards. Congratulations. Director, we will go to the Kings. So this next person, I actually thought he's gonna be number 1. And when I saw he was number 5, nikajua wengi wetu hata hatuna chance. But it is well. Coming in at number 5, but number 1, I'm sure in very many WhatsApp working groups, is none other than Dominic Ondoro with 430 steps. Number 5. And Ondoro tells me there's some 70,000 steps that was not captured. You'll add them, but congratulations. Director at number 5 is Galad Suguti. Suguti, congratulations with 437,000 steps. Sijui mnatembea mkienda wapi, but you'll tell us where you walk to. Congratulations, Suguti. At number 4, pigeni makofi, please. At number 3, with 466 steps, is Patrick Kirui. Patrick Kirui. Okay, let's have somebody take on behalf of Patrick Kirui. Ondoro. Makofi. Oh, they're from the region. This must be North Rift or South Rift. North Rift. Where Sawe comes from. Indeed. At number 2, with missing the mark of 500,000, with 489 million plus, is Patrick Mwamidi. Patrick Mwamidi. Patrick. Show us how you walked there. 489,000 steps. Anything is possible. Congratulations, Patrick. And director, finally, the overall winner under Kings, and I think tops up, is 617,910. I'm sure by now you're at 1 million steps. Is David Kirui. He's even running to the stage. Wow. Congratulations. 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 Thank you, Director. You may have your seat. Makofi tena for... And what you can see on your screen, distinguished guests for today, that is the calibration mark. We pray that you're not sick, but this is the mark you should be looking out for. At this point, as we come to the end, and I'd want to be the person who's in between yourselves and lunch, I'd like to call Dr. Redemptor to give the vote of thanks, and then you will pray for us as we wind up. Daktari, I don't know how many steps you made, but ongeza tu kama 10 so that you reach on stage. Makofi tafadhali, as Chief Manager, Marketing and Customer Care, walks on stage to give the vote of thanks.
Good
Karibu.
afternoon. You look very nice from here. And I'm very happy that we have stayed to the end of the event. Yeah? Tumefurahi kwa sababu mulikuja. You know, a story is told in the Bible of this king who threw a banquet for his son. And he had invited many guests to come to the event, but at some point he realized hakuna mtu anakuja kwa sherehe. He even sent his servants to go and call them out and invite them, but many of them went about their duties. In fact, it says that some of them went to the farm, others went to do what they needed to do. Some even committed some crimes in the process. And the king was really annoyed. So what did he do? He sent his servants again to go to the streets and call whoever was available in the streets to come for the party. So they did come. Unfortunately, towards the end, the king met someone who had not dressed appropriately for the party. And that person was not dealt with nicely, he was dealt with very badly. I think he was killed or something like that. You should read that story. Why am I bringing it up? If we hosted this event and none of you came, we would have ended up going to the streets to look for people to come and enjoy our event. But thank you for saving us that and coming. So we appreciate you. So my task today is to move the vote of thanks. So I wish to move a vote of thanks, and on behalf of Kenya Bureau of Standards, the Managing Director, we extend our sincere appreciation to all of you for making this day a success. Without you, we would have had no event. So as we reflect on the theme for this year, Metrology, Building Trust in Policy Making, let us be guided by our powerful call by our MC. Yeah? Pima sawa, mesha sawa, sawa sawa. Sindio? As a reminder that accuracy is important, that fairness is also important, because if you measure and you give the right measurement, you will actually be ensuring fairness in our trade and also in our dealings, and that also integrity will be upheld by just measurements. We were honored to have Professor Erastus Gatebe representing our Cabinet Secretary and our PS. We appreciate him coming and reaffirming the government's commitment to the national quality infrastructure. Without them, we wouldn't be here. We also thank our chair for National Standards Council, Honorable Dr. Chris Wamalwa, and all the members of the NSC who are present with us today. As we celebrated, we thank them for their continued leadership. Without them giving us the space to be the best versions of ourselves, we wouldn't be here. We also appreciate NATCOM representative, the academia, our industry players, and the technical committee members who are present today for gracing our occasion. Without their coming, then we would not have had a successful event. We also recognize and appreciate our visitors from Massa University. Thank you for taking time to share your day with us. We appreciate the fact that you had so much to do, but you made it here. Thank you. And take our greetings to your university, and that we appreciate the partnership that is coming up. We also appreciate the champion, the ambassador, Mr. Kiplagat. He's not here with us, but we appreciate his coming. He has reminded us that even in environmental sustainability, measurements count, that we need to measure the spaces between the trees. We also measure the time and monitor the environment to make sure that we have the right environment for us to plant the trees and to grow them. As a champion myself for environmental sustainability, We appreciate his coming. We also appreciate our MD, Madam Esther Ngare, EBS, the EXCO, senior management, and all staff of Kenya Bureau of Standards. Thank you for the efforts that you put every day. Thank you for the energy, the teamwork. Thank you for the professionalism and everything you bring on the table. May God bless the work of your hands, and may he expand your territories. We thank our senior citizens for joining us today. We appreciate you. You went ahead of us. You did a lot in setting up the systems that we now enjoy, led by our senior, Mr. Joel Kioko. When I joined KEBS many years ago, he was there. And I still remember his words, yeah? When I visited the laboratory, and he used to say that it takes how many years again to train a metrology officer? How many years? How many years? He used to talk about 17 years, that it takes so long to build the competence of a metrology officer, and he never used to agree for any metrology officer to be moved anywhere. He used to say, no, this is the system. Sisi ndio tumejenga. Sindio? So asanti sana, thank you for coming, our former CM. We appreciate you and all the senior citizens who came. Our guests and our service providers, thank you so much for making this day a success. If you did not do what you did today, we would not have had such a beautiful event. So we thank you, the media, the members of the Fourth Estate, our service providers for the live stream, and also the deco and the hotel. Thank you so much for what you did today. We don't take it for granted. We appreciate each and every one of you for coming. And this afternoon, we invite you to come to Kenya Bureau of Standards and practically see the laboratories that we are talking about. Kindly register with us at the point where we registered in the morning. If you'd like to visit the laboratories, kindly register with us, and we will be able to host you this afternoon, so that when you go back to your area of operation, you will actually tell a story that you visited Kenya Bureau of Standards and you've seen. So as we conclude this day, let us continue working together to strengthen measurements that will build trust in policy, enable trade, and drive the national development. Thank you very much, and safe travels, and may God bless you.
MC.
Yeah. So these were our MCs and the committee.
Yes, the committee.
The committee members.
Committee led by the chairperson, Victor.
Committee members. We have Mr.
Richard.
Victor Gashusha, Mr. Odak. We have Jacqueline. We have Mr. Ondoro. We also have Faith.
Wahoo.
We have Wahoo. Thank you so much. And we also thank the CM and Dr. Rotich for a job well done. Otherwise, I would have been beaten. Poleni sana. But asanteni. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Redemptor. Happy World Metrology Day.
Happy World Metrology Day.
Happy World Metrology Day.
Happy World Metrology Day.
Thank you so much. I'll hand over to Dennis for just 2 announcements, and then hand it back to Dr. Redemptor for a word of prayer, and you bless the food.
Thank you
Dennis.
very much, Mercy. Thank you. So we've come to the tail end of this event, just because we promised that there's going to be lunch. Lunch is served at the first floor. So ukitoka na mlango, first floor, there is lunch. Also, we request for your feedback to understand how this event has been and to be able to continuously improve. There's going to be a QR code that will be shared on the screens. Also, our media team has been taking different photos of you. We hope we have your permission to take your photos. We'll have a QR code as well for the photos so that you can be able to download them and use them as you wish. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mercy.
Thank you, Dennis. Let's be upstanding for a word of prayer as we come to the end. Pima sawa, mesha sawa, sawa sawa. Happy World Metrology Day 2026. Maombi tafadhali.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we thank you. We thank you for your grace, for your love, for your favor. Thank you for enabling each and every one of us to be here. Thank you for the learnings, for the insights, for the shared experiences that we've had today. As we depart from this place, we pray, Lord, that you may bless the food that we'll share together in fellowship, and also that you'll grant us safe journey mercies to our different destinations. We also pray that you may bless us and bless the work of our hands. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Enjoy lunch. Thank you. Director says, I remind you that the food has been standardized and calibrated. Enjoy. And you will not get it elsewhere. So don't miss it.
Yes, a lunch is served upstairs, first floor. Lunch is served upstairs, first floor. For those of you who wish, yes, you'll use the main door and then go to
hospitali usijali, kilo ni kilo kabisa. Kemzo amehakikisha kiwango napewa ni ile nimelipa, ujanja na wizi imeisha kabisa. Yes, pima sawa, maisha sawa, twende sawa, measure right na cares, pima sawa, iko sawa, maisha sawa. Vipimo halisi na caps, hapa uaminifu target. Ukiwa na caps usitense, bidhaa si bonoko ni check, mali ni fresh. Worry, usiwe na worry ukiwa na caps, usiwe na worry.